Hey, yo, what up? What up? Can't even choose a name. How you doing, dog? I'm still a little sick, but I'm not like too fucked up. I'm just more or less just sniffly and coffee still a little bit, but how you doing? I should run some ads. Are you drawing poses from imagination? No, these are partly from reference. I mean, they're they're from reference for like head angles and stuff like that, but they are the yeah, I'm trying to rely on reference a little bit more with this page. I've sort of noticed that I have a lot of gaps, and I need to start sort of addressing my gaps a little bit more. Anyways, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it once everybody else gets in here. I'm gonna run some ads real quick just to get them out of the way before I drop the Discord notification as per usual, and yeah, and then we'll get going. I run them. They're running. If you don't have them, then consider yourself blessed. I'm gonna bring on my references just so that you can see. Right now, I'm referencing the arms off of this guy, just because I like the arms. I'm gonna find different legs. I think for the legs, what? Oh yeah, I'm gonna find a reference for the legs. I should probably make a reference folder, just because I want to be able to toggle it on and off very easily. There you go. Ugh. Hmm. I apologize in your eyes. What up? What up, NFT? How you doing? I'm gonna drop the Discord notif in 10 seconds. Apologize. Just letting these ads run out. Excusez-moi. Okay, I think we're good. It's a masterpiece. I know your mistakes. Fucking ads, dude. Well, get owned. I don't know what to tell you, bro. They should be done now, but I apologize. What up, Sid? What up, Mike? How you doing? You feeling better? I mean, I'm feeling I'm feeling better-ish. I'm still like very. I'm gonna be sniffling. I'm gonna be freaking coughing, and I don't know if I sound nasally. I can't really hear myself right now, but more nasally than normal, anyways. I'm still very congested, but I'm not feeling as weak. So we could probably do a little streaming. I could have maybe streamed yesterday. I don't know. I was like on and off, feeling very weak. Today I feel fine though. I just feel like super congested. You should have taken the weekend off. What if we catch something? You're not what are those? What are they fucking called? What's the term for people who want to catch diseases? It's the fucking something chasers, bug chasers. That's what it is. Nasty, dude. Not the same thing as being a Pokemon guy. Idiot? No. There's like a weird kink for people who like diseases. Anyways, I'm not one of them, but I've been seeming to get sick a lot lately. Take the rest you need. I'm good. I think I'm chilling. I mean, I worked most of the week, mostly because I have a lot of important shit to do. I just took Wednesday off because I got sick on Tuesday, and then I took Wednesday off, but I had so much shit I had to do at work that I was like, fuck, I gotta work. So I just kind of powered through and did half days, basically. It sucked, but yeah. You should take today off, go away. No, you should take today off and go away. My man just went AWOL a minute. How you feeling today? I'm good, dude. I'm good. Legendary snack stream. I feel like, the more snack streams there are, the less legendary they become. We devalue them a little bit. I gotta stream less. That way I'm more of like a rare occasion, you know? Oh my god. I'm gonna be very gross today, guys. There's gonna be a lot of fucking snorting and sniffling. Just, you've been warned. I was expecting the don't have any homework card, because I don't. Nothing new. What up, Brixton? How you doing? Yeah, I'm normally a nasty bitch. Is it practice day today? It is, dude. I've been, I don't want to, like, do anything. Okay, the truth is, in my downtime, when I've been feeling up to it, I gotta take my hoodie off, dude. I'm fucking sweating balls right now. In my downtime, I've been doing some things like value studies and general anatomy practice and stuff like that most of the week. I've taken advantage of being home a lot. Oh my god, now I'm really cold. Oh my god. Okay, this is the downside of being sick. I'm either like overly warm or overly cold. That just hit me instantly. Okay, I gotta put my hoodie back on. Fuck, that was a bad idea. Um, but yeah, I've been taking the opportunity of having more time at home while recovering to do a little bit of drawing when I'm feeling up to it. And I really kind of want to. I mean, I know I said I was going to do an animation arc this year, and I am. I'm definitely going to do a lot more animation. And we still have some stuff we got to finish. But I do also want to sort of. I just kind of want to improve at things I'm not particularly good at. And values, dynamic posing outside of specific poses is one. Clothing is another. I just kind of want to. I really want to sort of start honing in on my weaknesses. I think it's time, I've been doing a lot of fun stuff this last year, just sort of whatever I feel like, but I do need a little grind arc. So all this to say, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be relying on reference a lot more. Whereas I feel like a lot of the stuff I've been doing has been mostly from imagination. I'm gonna be still doing like my own sort of creative designs to like these characters and stuff, but I am going to probably start relying on reference a little bit more just to get a bit more accuracy with my anatomy and stuff. Like obviously this guy's head is not the same as this guy's head, so I'm gonna be mixing and matching. Like right now, I really like this guy's arms in this pose, and then the legs I'm gonna probably grab from somewhere else because I have more of a top-down thing going on. You said you had gaps earlier. What'd you mean? So the way I don't know if you're making a sex joke or not, but I'm gonna assume you're not. Okay, and I'm gonna explain it a little bit. Um, the way I see sort of artists, right, is there's like a big like spectrum of skills. So like over here, maybe you'll have like anatomy. I'm just gonna put anato. Then maybe over here you have like color theory slash rendering. We'll just put rendering. I can't add them all just because there's too many skills, right? But there's different skills, right? There's different skills in art, and so maybe you'll have like I don't know, um, composition. Maybe you'll have over here. You'll have what's something really opposite to rendering? Line art. I mean, it's kind of rendering, but they're not. They go hand in hand, but in different ways. That maybe you have like I don't know, all these different skills. And then I feel like the way it works is if you're an artist, as you get better, you can't practice everything at once. So maybe like my skill distribution is probably something like I don't know, like this, where it's like I'm pretty good at line art. My line art's probably one of my strengths. My anatomy could be improved. My rendering is very mid, so I don't think I'm anywhere close to being maxed out in rendering. My composition's pretty mid, and you get sort of these webs where this is if you're in the middle here, the farther out you can go in any of these directions is how skilled you are. And I have these giant sort of gaps here in between all these skills that I want to improve at. And the reason I put myself so low at anatomy is because I'm able to draw me. I'm able to draw like certain anatomical poses um pretty well. And the thing is I'm not like a one trick. I don't just do like three-quarter standing poses or whatever. I can do a range of things. But the issue is there are a lot of things that I would like to be able to do that I'm not able to do yet. And I want to start really pushing myself into getting stronger at certain things. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to be doing these mashups where, similar to how we did, where is it? Not this, not this. This was me doing value studies. Yeah, similar to how we did this, and we just sort of filled the pages with like heads. I think I'm pretty skilled at heads. Heads is not something I'm too concerned with. Um, I think bodies and stuff is something I really need to start working on a little bit more. Clothing is something I need to start working on a little bit more. Faces, I think I can, like all of this was from imagination. I think I'm at a point where I can sort of like, I can rely on my visual library to just sort of fucking bang out some decent faces. Um, but I really do struggle with, fuck man, God, I have so many things open. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I do really struggle with with bodies and just sort of sitting poses is one that I really struggle with. Like, look how low I put this knee here, when that knee really probably should come up more. It just depends on how you're aligned, but whether it's more relaxed or not. But I do think I need to sort of I want to start expanding my weaknesses. Rendering, I'm not too going to be too focused on right now. Composition, I'm not going to be too focused on right now. Anatomy, I really want to focus on. Um, Clothing is another one I really want to focus on. I really don't think I'm very good at clothes either. Camera angles is one these are, and this is based off of my own personal interests, right? So this is the wise art. What about BGs? Yeah, backgrounds could be a skill on there too. The ones I'm putting on here are just sort of my key focuses on based on my interests. And the reality is, guys, you only have, I don't know, fucking some of us like maybe 70-ish years, some of us maybe 80, 90 years on this planet, okay? You can't get like master level at everything. I mean, maybe you can if you're like a fucking like a genetic phenom. I don't think you could be the best at everything, you know? I don't think like if the greats of today, like I don't think they could maybe they could do like splash art and all kinds of shit, but these are all different skills across a whole spectrum, right? And I feel like maybe like okay, maybe you can do like quite a bit and a lot of these skills have crossover to each other. I shouldn't be too doomer about it, but I do think that a lot of people tend to get really good at the things they focus on and are interested in. And sort of these are sort of my focus: clothing design, anatomy, line art, dynamic posing. I'll just put dynamics because I think dynamics to me also implies like camera angles. It implies foreshortening and force perspective and stuff like that. So it's a little bit all over the place, but give me a second here. Ugh. Ugh. I don't want to hear everybody. I don't want to hear anybody saying go rest, snack. I'm fine. Don't worry about it, okay? I'm just congested. I sound worse than I am, I promise. But all that to say, I really got to start focusing in on different things. And I like, or more on the things that I actually am interested in. So it's not that, I don't want to do backgrounds. It's that it's just not like a personal passion of mine to be a background artist. If I were doing a project, I would much rather collaborate with somebody who's good at backgrounds and excel at the things I'm good at than sort of try and be a jack of all trades. You know what I mean? And there's value in being a jack of all trades. And, if you can do it, more power to you. But I think just sort of where my interest lies really sort of illustration, characters, stuff like that. So, God, I took my hoodie off again. I'm fucking freezing. I can't win. I gotta find like a lighter hoodie. I gotta find like a middle ground where I'm not freezing my ass off if it's off, but I'm not sweating my dick off when it's on. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Use a blanket snack? That's not a bad idea, actually. It's for my upper body, though. I'm wearing pajamas on my lower body, but I'm kind of like shirtless right now, so I gotta. By the way, most streams I am like shirtless. I don't wear clothes when I stream most of the time. There's no point. I'm just a little mouse guy, you know? Maybe if I had a camera I would, but anyways. I'm so not interested in background, so I've been focusing on other things, but sometimes I really see the limitations of not having a certain skill set. I think the one thing that I'll say about people who are very, very skilled at art, and you know, I think expanding in one area, like it bleeds into other areas. Like if you're where the hell I got rid of my little skill tree or whatever. But if you improve a certain area, it's going to improve other areas as well. It's not like everything is just like one dimensional, where if you're getting good at anatomy, you're only gonna get good at anatomy. I think if you're good at anatomy, you'll probably also get good at foreshortening and like three-dimensional thinking that can translate to compositions, right? Or like building a background. Like I could probably design like a house. I've drawn maybe a dozen backgrounds in my entire life, but I could probably like figure out a house if I looked at reference and did like box compositions and all that good stuff, and like I could probably figure it out and do something moderately appealing, but it's just not really an interest of mine. It's not a big interest of mine. And I think the illusion when people look at social media and people look at all these really skilled artists online, you think you you assume that they're good at like everything. Okay, but the reality is people are good at like some things. Okay, but they're like the people that present online. I don't know if you've noticed, a lot of people who post artwork, and there are exceptions to this. There are people who are really, really cracked. But there are people, and I'll use like anime art as an example. A lot of the time, like pinup art with girl anime babes or whatever, it's a lot of the same sort of poses that other artists do, and so they get really good at rendering these specific poses and these specific like compositions and these using the same rendering patterns. But I mean, if you ask, and maybe it's the case that some of these people could do this, but I think if you took somebody who's good at rendering a very specific style and you said, "Hey, I want you to do something the complete opposite of that," it's less likely that you're going to get a lot of carryover and the same level of ability in that other style. So I think when people showcase their artwork online, they're showcasing the stuff that the domains and the sort of the stuff that they're really skilled at. So it can be deceptive to a lot of new artists. I think a lot of new artists look at artists online and they're like, oh wow, it's crazy that they can do this, and they just assume they can do a bunch of other stuff. But the reality is, a lot of people or a lot of artists are just very good at the things that they practice, you know, and it comes down to their personal tastes and their preferences and all that good stuff. But yeah, so all that to say, guys, I think there are some gaps in my understanding of things. I tend to be a one trick when it comes to like the poses I use and stuff like that. And I'd like to diversify my tool belt, I guess is what I'm saying. Pat, I gave up on collaborations. Too complicated to find people who are actually willing to do the work, so I'm just trying to do everything at this point. Yeah, you can. I think respect if you can do that. Yeah, it's tough, you know. It's tough. I get that. I think having a good network of friends is really useful for that. Um, Especially if you have friends that are like hardworking, you know, and dependable. And I have some pretty skilled friends as a consequence of going to art school. So I feel lucky in that regard. But oh my God, you survived. Beautiful. You call me beautiful. I'm so bonita today. Ziff, yes, good morning. Good morning. It's 12 p.m., but yeah, good morning. God damn. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I gotta find a reference for the legs. I don't really want to use this guy's like leg pose. I kind of want to do something a little bit more relaxed. So, anyways, all that to say, I'm trying to rely on reference a little bit more to sort of enhance my visual library or build up my arsenal for when I am drawing for imagination. And the thing is, like, you can use reference without doing a one-to-one. You know what I mean? You can still change things stylistically. Like, both this head and this head were both referenced, okay? But if I showed you the references, you'd be like, okay, it doesn't look anything like the reference. Let's see if I can find it. Head up, tilt, angle, I think is what I typed. Woman. Lazy. Cracking like the 80s. Okay, well, I can't find the exact pose, but fuck. Wait, you actually talk to people in art school? I mean, they're not in art school anymore. They work in the animation industry. But yeah, they're good friends of mine. I mean, I went to art school, right? So like a lot of my friends some of my friends didn't leave the industry. Some of them didn't get laid off. Some of them are still in it. Some of them are trying to get back in it because they got laid off. There's a whole spectrum. I didn't get laid off, but I probably would have been. I have no idea. I don't know. Probably. I would have probably been laid off. I was relatively new, and my studio overhired like quite a bit, so. Bro, I've been getting sick so much this year. It's crazy. I don't know what the hell's going on. Wanna know? My guess is this knee wouldn't come out as much. I think it would come out to like if you're doing like yeah, probably around there. Maybe even less. Maybe around like here, actually. Looking at this, yeah, that one sticks out a little bit more, but it feels more foreshortened too. Right now, I don't have any reference for the legs. I'm just gonna try and guess it for like 5 minutes, and then if I really can't get into a certain direction, then I will I will use some ref. I think this needs like more of a curvature to it. I'm just gonna use my liquefy tool and just cheat it a little bit. Is there anything you guys want to listen to, by the way? I didn't really know what to put on, so I just kind of put on some motionless in white, but we can vary it up. Waterfall noises for 10 hours? God. With how sick I am, that would just put me to sleep probably. Portal Radio 10 hours? Damn, you guys loving these 10-hour playlists, huh? I don't think I've ever listened to a full 10-hour playlist. I think the most I've ever listened to is like 2 minutes. Oh man, I was digging that motionless in white though. Oh, yeah, well, we can keep listening to it. I think a bad habit of mine too that I've noticed recently, I tend to make things too long. Faces, arms, legs, the proportions tend to be very, very long relative to what they should be. If you know about the Portal Radio for 10 hours, you know. I don't know. I don't, unfortunately. I've never played Portal. I understand the concept of the game. I just never played. I really. I should. I intended to for a long time, but, I intended to for a lot of stuff, so. Just do some little triangle spikes here first, and then we'll maybe define the hand later. Oh. Ugh. It's not related to Portal at all. It's about that 10-hour video of Portal. It was like a video essay or something. I actually don't want to listen to Motionless in White anymore. It's a little too. I need something lighter. Do I want to just put on anime again? I don't know. I don't think my brain's in like a state where it's gonna enjoy anything I listen to, but I'll check it out, Mike. I'll check it out. Probably not right now, but parked out by the lake type of music. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I wish there was a way on Insta or not on Instagram, on Spotify to just have like a fucking random mashup of a genre without like doing a playlist. I wish the AI would just fucking instead of talking to me in between every songs and being like, "Oh, this is the music you've been listening to this year." Like I don't care, dude. I don't need a fucking like radio host. Just give me some fucking like AI mashup of random shit that would align with the stuff I normally listen to. Okay. I'm just gonna put it. I found this chill mix. There we go. We're listening to Ditto now. All right. I'm gonna look for some reference for the legs here. Let me see what I can find. Man sitting, no pants. Come on, Pinterest, give me something. But they do have that. They curate separate playlists of songs you tend to listen to. I don't want songs I tend to listen to though. I want like fucking songs I've never listened to in the same realm of shit that I listen to, if that makes sense. And it doesn't seem to do that very well. And it's because the algorithm just wants to give you shit that you like it knows is like safe for you to listen to. It doesn't like let you experiment much. Oh my god, dude. Watching dudes who wear these like fucking super like skin tight pants with like the capri cut off is like really funny. Sorry, I'm just looking at random images right now. My YouTube does that. I know YouTube does that. That's why I like YouTube for that. But YouTube doesn't have good functionality to like. I guess it does to make playlists and save stuff, but I prefer Spotify. Holy fucked. I don't think I can show this on stream, but there's a picture that rules, dude. How's the illness? It's getting there. I'm still pretty sick, but I'm not like dying anymore. I'm no longer bedridden. Let me pull up this freaking hunk, dude. I think I'm gonna steal this guy's legs. Where's my reference folder? Humana, humana. Awooga. Alright. How you doing, TP? Hope you feel better immediately. Bad snack, that's right. I mean, I was pretty fucked up. I will say Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I was pretty fucked up. Wednesday and Thursday in particular, I was like, Wednesday I was really fucked up. Thursday I was kind of fucked up. I had to take like a half day at work. I worked a little bit in the morning and then left in the afternoon. I'm pretty much better. Right now it's just like congestion. Obviously, I'd probably get winded if I like tried to fucking sprint or something like very quickly. But oh good, I can see his legs from this perspective. I think this other leg's kind of fine actually. Let me Ugh. You been working on anything, TP? You been animating or what? Brother, I gotta show you guys this image. I don't even care if I can't show it on Twitch. I think I could show it on Twitch. But it's just like I saw it and I was like, this is the funniest fucking pose I've ever seen in my entire life, dude. I love this pose. I don't know. The idea of this fucking guy just like chilling with his fucking hands on his balls is just like it's such a funny image to me. It says Teddy. I don't know why. It's Teddy hashtag feral. I don't know. There's everything about this is just it's so fucking awesome. I don't know what that's so funny to me, dude. A JoJo pose? Do they do that in JoJo? They stick their hands on their balls. On my rendering grind, kinda. Hell yeah. That's how you try to move. Yeah, I mean that's how I look all the time, dude. I got my zesty fucking cock in hand pose. What up, Shireen? How you doing? By the way, Snack. After a while, I got a new drawing, so I'd like you to get a critique. Go for it, big dog. I'll take a look at it. Hashtag feral, dude. I'm gonna start putting that on all my Instagram posts. My like fucking my 5 annual Instagram posts. They're all gonna have hashtag feral in them. Cat blessing us with them thirst traps. That's right. You like that? This shit goes hard, dude. What is this? Never heard this in my life. Not sure, but I'm sure the author's getting ideas. What's the name of the JoJo author? I always forget. Hey yo, what up, Slim Jim? How you doing, big dog? Hirohiko Araki. Right. Guys, blowing your nose with a mustache, so nasty, dude. Honestly, having this cold made me want to fucking shave my mustache so bad. Having snot in it all the time sucks. Also taking a break from animation just for like a week or two. I'm not gonna be like hanging like moving too far away. I did kind of commit to like really focusing on it more this year. There was just some stuff I didn't really like with the direction of my last one, and I want to rework on it, but it was getting very stale in my mind, so I just need a little bit of a reset. You have a mustache? I do, yeah. I have a very thick mustache right now. I don't always have a mustache, but currently I have a mustache. He looks like the guy you made for NFT to animate. Just because oh yeah, he has the bowl cut too. That's true. I was like, does he? Yeah, he does. I don't really want to keep the bowl cut. I was just sort of trying things out with the hair. I really don't know what I'm going to do with this guy's hair, but... That's going to be TBD. We're going to figure it out. Right now, it's not super important to me. All right, let's get this other zesty ass leg. This leg is like way more elevated than this bottom one. I gotta lower this one, I think. Their relationship is a little, and it makes sense when you look at this curve. It's like there's more elevation on one side. I gotta start paying attention to stuff like that. My instinct tells me I'm going too long on this leg again. I don't know though. There's kind of a relationship like that between the leg and the knee there. Can't really see the knee, but I'm just gonna kind of guess what it looks like. Probably something like that. Is that leg too thick relative to the other one? Yeah, probably. Do you have an astigmatism? I don't. Actually, wait, what's astigmatism again? Is it when fucking lights and shit spread out? Astigmatism. Maybe I do, actually. Maybe I do. I do have an astigmatism, actually. No, I don't. I tend to make things too wide. I think it's because I have an astigmatism. Yeah, I don't think that's how it works, dude. I'm gonna be real. Maybe it is. I just think people's brains just have certain habits, you know? Some people make things too wide, some people make things too long, some people, you know. Did I say too wide? I kind of meant too long. If I said too wide, that's not what I meant. The wall or tied canvas, a tall or wide canvas can trick our brains. Yeah, I mean those are pretty much the only options though. I mean, I guess you could do like a perfect cube, but or a perfect square. What I'm gonna do after this, I think, is I'm just gonna check the proportions against the actual reference and just see how accurate I got it. I'm guessing it feels like it's pretty on model here. I think maybe this leg is too long. The foreshortening stuff I tend to do too long. I'm gonna check. Let me just check. This is the beauty of oops. Let me move my references below. I'm not trying to do a one-to-one, but I just want to make sure my proportions are right at least. Yeah, I did it too long again. Well, the knee's a little wide. It's honestly not too bad. Maybe I'll tweak it a little bit. It's probably an easier way to do this. I'll just do that and pull it in a little bit. Okay, now let's do a little cleanup on this. The fuck? I smell like perfume. That's weird. Buff as hell. Thank you, thank you. I'm the model, that's why. I'm just kidding. Or am I? Nah, I am. I am. You usually stinky? Yeah, I usually smell like fart and onions, dude. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't normally stink. It's weird because it smells like lady perfume, but there's no lady in my apartment. And I can't trust my sense of smell right now, so I don't know what the fuck's going on, but it could be somebody in the hallway, I guess, who just is like wearing really, really strong perfume. There's certainly no ladies who have been to my apartment in a while, so Jean-Paul Gaultier. Could be a hallucinatory smell or whatever they're called. Nah, it isn't. I gotta investigate, dude. This is making me trip out. I'm gonna assume that it literally smells like there's a fucking beautiful, flavorful woman standing in my living room. Give me a second here. I'm tripping. I'm losing it, guys. There's no one in my apartment, but that would have been crazy if there was just a beautiful, like, high-powered corporate lady in my apartment. That's what it smelled like. It just smelled like a corporate babe. I don't know what it is. What do the voices tell you? They tell me I need to get better at drawing. I think this knee needs to come in a little bit more, just because it needs to feel a little bit more foreshortened. Ah, I don't know. You guys are kind of just like the only voices in my head. Are you getting possessed by a lady at the moment? Wouldn't that be crazy, dude? Isn't that an interesting concept? The idea that like a ghost is just like a modern ghost that doesn't really exist. You know, it's always some fucking kid or some medieval person or some shit, you know? Do a jiggle, do whatever. Ugh, I'm dying. Where are all the Funko Pop collecting ghosts, you know? My millennials that died of heart attacks. Why don't modern people die? I mean, I guess that's true. You're just more statistically more likely to have somebody from the past. Actually, that's not true because more people are alive today than ever, right? I think the majority of people who've ever existed are alive today. I'm pretty sure like the proportion of humans that have ever existed throughout history are alive today. Like, there's probably more people alive today than, that have ever existed. How many humans have ever existed total? How many humans? How many humans have existed ever? 117 billion people. Okay, maybe I was a little off on that one, but it's just like 10% of like fucking maybe a little less than 10%. Well, you gotta think we've been around for like over a million years. So if you stack it all up, I guess it kind of makes sense. But that was the AI answer, so I don't know if I trust it. How many humans have there ever been? Have there been? Okay, AI. Everybody, yeah, I guess everybody says anywhere from like 100 to 120 billion, roughly. Are millennials dying of heart attacks? They're probably around that age. They're in their late 40s now, pushing 50. It's about the time. I really don't like the way I draw feet. I think my feet are too small. Okay. Okay, let me reduce the opacity here, and then we're going to do a little cleanup pass. You don't want to straighten this guy's nose? No, I don't. I like the bump. We'll keep the bump. I'm really tempted to go back to my old brush, like the one with the opacity on it. I find it really difficult to sort of get appealing lines. I have to kind of one-shot them with this brush, which is not a bad skill to practice, but it's a little difficult. Like, really, I should be going a lot slower with my cleanup. Yeah, the bump's cool. I think so too. I got a bump on my nose. My nose is like what does my nose look like? It's kind of like no, it's not that crazy. I got a very French Canadian nose. Okay, maybe not that. That looks it's like Waluigi's nose, dude. It's not that intense, but something like that probably. Maybe not that extreme. That looks a little extreme. What's like an appealing way to do this eye angle? I feel like I'm not doing a very good job. It's the eye to proportion ratio. Yeah, I know it's kind of small. You're right. I don't know how to like fix it because I don't want it to go too wide. But if I make it bigger, I have to like I have to flatten it out a little bit just because it's too wide. Here, let's do it from a distance here. We're gonna really reduce the opacity on the background so that we're less influenced by it. Vero Akitoshi. Hello, Vero Akitoshi. How you doing? Over on YouTube, by the way, guys. Another YouTube chatter. I'm like kind of famous on YouTube now. Oh my god. Whoops. Yeah, it's definitely the eye proportion. I do like sort of these little lines here that show the planes and dimensionality of it. I also feel like the character design is just a little bland. I think we could do better. I just don't know how exactly. Maybe a pointier chin. Does that look? It's not too bad. I think it looks cool. I just find it boring a little bit. Through the valley. Now, my question is, would the Adam's apple overlap here? I think it would a little bit. No evil, 'cause I'm blind to it all. It reminds me of Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins. Let me look that up. I think I know who you're talking about, actually. Because I did watch, like, the first season, Escanor. Oh, yeah, kind of. Kind of. He has gentler eyes. My guy doesn't have as gentle of eyes, you know? Follow me, the days. I kind of want to also experiment with giving him, like, a slick back cut, you know? I don't know if the like bangs I have here is the move really, or like the fucking mushroom cut he has. Vero Akitoshi, wow, you sketch beautifully. Thanks, Vero. You know, I actually find I don't really like the way this is coming out, but normally we're doing a little bit more illustrative stuff like this, I guess, is stuff that I've done in the past for a little sample. But I'm trying to do more full body stuff right now. Ironically, I'm focusing it on the face, which is kind of funny because I said that I was going to try and improve other stuff. So maybe I should try and improve other stuff. I feel like that's not fair. The first season was great, then it got really bad. Why do all shows do that, dude? They hit hard at first and then they fall off. Okay, what kind of cut do I give this guy? Isn't Escanor more buff? They're kind of like on. They're kind of similarly. This is pretty fucking jacked, guys. I don't know like how much more jacked you could get. I guess if you're like you could look stupidly jacked. Yeah, I guess I'm looking at him now. He has like a fucking 8 pack. I feel like that looks stupid though. I want my guy to look like he exists, you know? Through the valley of the shadow of death. Because I'm blind. Every love interest turned out to be a child. I can't with that shit. What are you talking about? Is this also fucking Seven Deadly Sins? I mean, that's also like every anime. That's like Chainsaw Man too. Wasn't like the main character in Chainsaw Man like 16, and he was getting freaking essayed by everybody, dude. That was crazy. I was watching that. I was like, really? Do we need this? Does this need to be part of the plot? I get his life goal is to touch tits, but like, all right. He doesn't know his age. I mean, he says it though. I won't lie, I was pretty messed up in that regard. The one major love story involved an adult man and a 100-year-old fairy that looked like a 12-year-old, which is crazy. Standard anime plot. Even the old lady was a child lady in disguise for some reason. It's just, Japan. I got nothing to say really. Okay, I really want to think of something more interesting than like bangs. Slickback feels like kind of the way to go a little bit, like a receded sort of slickback. The seven deadly pedophiles. Do I like this? I don't know. I don't know, guys. What's like a silly cut I could give him? A bowl cut is obviously the most silly, but I feel like I always do like the mustache bowl cut combo. It's I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. What haircut do I give him? I still keep getting whiff of woman in my apartment. It's very weird. I think I'm just at that point where I just can't trust my sense of smell. Balding? I thought about it. Give him like the crown. I do like the Mitsurugi, but then I feel like it's also kind of just like too on brand. Are you doing one night stands against Shaq? No, I'm not doing one night stands. Vero Kitoshi on YouTube says, I just looked at your profile on Blue Sky and your artwork's beautiful, especially anatomy. You use references well for your work. Actually, lately I've been using more references. A lot of the stuff I posted online. No, that's not true. I mean, a lot of the references, Vero, the trick is I just take pictures of myself. Like, I only really use references for things like arms and legs for the most part. Heads, I use references for these two, but I don't normally actually do references for heads very often. I wanted this one to feel a little bit more accurate anatomically in terms of like the positioning. Same with this one. I want to do a little bit of a different profile. Um, but a lot of the stuff I've posted online, I mostly just reference arms and hands. Hands I reference for sure. I cannot like bang out hands like perfectly. That's just like too much. Guys, I gotta piss so fucking bad. I'm gonna be right back, alright? My pee pee is full of pee. BRB. Chat, while I was in the bathroom, I blew my nose. Okay. And it was one of those nose it was one of those like blow jobs. Okay. I say blow jobs as a joke, but it's not a blow job, obviously. It was one of those nose blowing things where like it cleared my ears out and my fucking music got like 20% louder. It was like very weird. You blew your what? I blew my nose. What'd you think I said? I don't know if I like that. Never mind. Misheard that. I don't really. There's no good way to like say I blew my nose, like the action of like I blew my nose, other than I blew my nose, you know? Okay. Let me think of something else. Let me think of something else. Let me just do crazy, wild, and wacky shapes and see what comes up. That looks fucking stupid. Okay. Give him a big afro. I really shouldn't think about this as much. I'm gonna focus on the arms, and then we'll come back to the head. We'll just keep him with the mushroom cut for now, and we'll come back to it. You could try giving him a pompadour. I'm not a big fan of the like pompadour look. I don't know why. It's not really my thing. Now, the issue here is I'm trying to make sure that my lines don't feel too flat. How do I do that? The Anton Chigurh? What does that even look like? It's like, it's a little bigger than that, actually. It's like, he looks like... You can't make me laugh, dude. I'm gonna cough. It looks like the world's most jacked Lord Farquaad. We're gonna TBD on the hair, I think. I'm gonna try and draw clothing here. Let me find a reference, okay? Clothing. I don't know. I was typing clothing reference on Google, like I'm not already on Pinterest. Clothing. Surely clothing. Oh my god, dude. There's some fucking wild clothing. This is kind of sick. Oh my god. This is actually so fucking base, dude. Alright. I think I'm gonna do this. It looks absurd. It's very JoJo-esque. Let's see if I can pull this off. I don't think I can, but I'm gonna try it, you know? I need to bring this down a little bit. Some medieval shit. Yes, truly, your medieval crop top. Don't you hate when you draw perfect anatomy just to cover it up with clothes? Well, that's why you only make his shirt cover 10% of his torso. You know, that's the trick. This is insane. Making him look like a casual version of Android 16? Ooh, I fucking love that, dude. I love that idea. I do kind of want to go the Android 16 route now. Senna over on YouTube says, great sketches. I had a question. Do you also practice on paper or solely digital? I feel like when I just do digital for a while, my line quality and creativity decreases. I wonder if that's the case. I haven't worked traditionally in a very long time. I did start off traditionally, but I was never like, well, actually, I did mostly work traditionally for a long time with mechanical pencil specifically, and then over time, I switched to digital. And what I found, Senna, is digital is kind of hard to wrap your brain about around. It's an entirely new skill you have to learn, and it's not always like the easiest thing in the world. But maybe you just keep trying. It does eventually get easier. But yeah, so the answer to that is no, I mostly work digital these days, but I have experience working traditionally. This looks so absurd. Father, I've missed you. What up, child? How you doing, beef? I'm living follow. Father, I followed your path. What you talking about, beef? What, you streaming now? By the way, can I ask you a question? Ooh, woo, woo, woo. Yeah, go for it, dog. What you got? I recently started using my Wacom tablet again, and I was actually mind blown at the pen pressure and quality difference compared to the iPad I do most of my drawings on now. Maybe just changing devices and stuff does a lot to change your experience of drawing. That's been my knowledge. Like that's how I feel. I do think I use brushes as an example because I feel like a lot of artists will usually be like brushes don't matter. And they don't in terms of, technical execution, but they do in terms of stylistic execution. And so I feel like I don't like when a lot of artists will be like, yeah, brushes don't matter because I think they kind of do. They kind of do, but not as much as like people make them out to be. If you want to get a specific look, you probably need to use a specific brush, is what I would say. Snack, do you like Chopper from One Piece? Yeah, I love Chopper from One Piece. He looks sick, dude. Send it over on YouTube. Okay, thanks for the answer. I actually draw digitally for 4 years and started drawing digitally, then traditionally. Great avatar, also. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, the transition between the two is it's not always like the easiest thing in the world, but I think both have their place. I like digital just because there's a lot more versatility in what you can execute. That's why I personally enjoy digital, but there's no right or wrong answer. You can do whatever you want, really. Beef, you gonna ask your question? You're leaving me in suspense right now, dude. Have you tried doing monster designs or creature designs? I have not. I mean, I have, but I haven't like given it a lot of effort, is what I should say. I've tried a lot of stuff, like maybe once or twice, but I've never really done like a deep dive into anything. Can you upload your archive streams on YouTube or something? I started mentioning you as a good art teacher, but folks keep saying you're rarely live. I'm live 4 days a week. How much more live do they need, dude? Well, I'm live on Twitch all the time. The issue, Beef, is that let me take a sip of coffee and then I'll talk about it. But the issue is that Twitch doesn't actually save your VODs, and I don't save my VODs. So streaming on YouTube backs up all of my VODs. Like all of my VODs should be on YouTube as of the last couple months. I don't stream. I didn't stream on YouTube for like months and months and months just because I hated the setup. But now I've been streaming on YouTube pretty consistently, and so all my VODs for the recent streams should be there. So I don't know what your viewers are talking about. They should definitely be there. Now, that said, I think Twitch VODs stream for or save for like 2 weeks. Kasi Draws on YouTube says, you still sound a little clogged. That's because I am, dude. I'm fucking blocked the heck up. And I'm talking about my face, not my ass. How about you link your YouTube here? Are you not in my Discord anymore? I literally link my YouTube every time I do a live notification. When's the second short? I mean, I was sick all week. I don't really know what to do for a short. I might have to do a tutorial segment. That's probably what I'm gonna do. Right now, I'm kind of in the state of content creation where I'm just I'm trying to find my niche. So I'm gonna be trying out different things. I did like a pretty edgy like reel where it was just like a clip of some stupid shit I was saying on stream. I think the next move is gonna be to do maybe a tutorial and see how people respond to that. And I'm just gonna try different things out and see what sticks. You know. What up, Yeti? How you doing? You gotta drink warm water. I'm drinking warm coffee. Does that count? Could you do my critique then, please? Yeah, sure. Let me pop in real quick, and then we'll do your little critique, little critiquey poo. I'm gonna take a look at it. Toot sweet. What do we got? Something's off, but I can't tell, and it bothers me. Okay, first thing I gotta ask is, did you use a reference for this? And if so, can I see the reference? Because it's gonna make my life a million times easier. So this is Zaza's drawing. Does flipping it sort of help, like, identify the issues? If you can give me a reference, then it'll help me sort of know. No, not really. Oh, this is just like freestyle. Okay, well, what's the name of the guy? And then I'll look it up just so that we can look at his iconography. I like stream movements too. I think those are fun for shorts. Yeah, I don't know how well they do though. Like I was actually surprised. I almost hit 1,000 views on my one short or whatever. I didn't expect that at all. I was like, oh, I'll get like 50 views and then that'll be it. What's my short at now? It's still like 900, which is like nothing. But yeah, I put it in critique. Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, got it. Yeah, so you've got like width issues. So your guy's a lot wider than the actual reference. And also, the tilt. So one thing to notice here is the gesture on this guy is a little bit stronger than your gesture. I'm gonna reduce the opacity. I'm gonna get rid of some of these references here. And the reason it feels off is because of the gesture. Okay, so if you draw and the way you can identify a gesture essentially is just like the longest axis line going through a character, and you want it to be a curve of some sort. Okay, so the longest axis line, if I were guessing here, I'd say the longest axis line goes from here, and there's going to be several gestures. You just kind of want to identify the strongest one, and so I'm going to say the gesture kind of goes through. It follows this outer hip here, and then it goes into the foot. Okay, this is sort of where I'm looking at the gesture, and I would probably actually connect it to the heel of the foot here. And there's going to be other gestures, you know, there's another gesture that goes through this foot here. You just kind of want to identify the primary gesture. And if you average these out, you know, you kind of get a gesture line kind of going right down the middle here, like this. Okay. Whereas your gesture is a little bit weaker. So it just feels a little flatter. It's not as strong. And the reason I say that is because if you look how much his hip is pushed out here, there's just a better flow of things here. Like if you look at the abdomen here, the abdomen sort of flows along with this here. This flows along with this here. This is all sort of flowing. All these lines sort of have like a flow going to them. Whereas I don't know that I really feel that as much with yours. Like it doesn't feel like it twists and follows the same sort of directionality that this guy's thing like has, you know? And these sort of inner energetic lines within the drawing are sort of what sells that dynamicism. You know what I mean, Zaza? So that's why it feels weird. I think if you had these overlaps and intersects, like Solid Spider Snake says, if these overlaps have more continuity and they have more of a dynamicism to them, the way you can think about it is the human body is 70% water, okay? I'm going to start saying this a lot because I really like the way Steve Houston put this in his book. But the human body is 70% water, and so it should flow like water. And these gestures and these lines should all sort of have like a relationship to each other that has a flow and a directionality. And it sounds really abstract to say this stuff, and what does that mean? Well, if I have If I have like this and it continues on like this, but then this line here sort of cuts it off like this, it's gonna break up that flow. Now if I take this sort of this lat here and I curve it a little bit more like this, it's gonna feel like it has a little bit more flow to it. Whereas if I have it come out like this, it's gonna feel like it has less flow to it, just because of the way these lines relate to each other. This shoulder here, you know, if I have it come like sort of like this, it's probably going to feel like it has a little bit more flow than the way it is right now, where it's sort of flowing in this direction. These are really sort of, they're both intuitive and not intuitive things. They're things you learn through observation over time, and things that you can sort of improve based off of training your eye. But they aren't exclusively like things that you need to sort of intuitively learn. They're things you could try and practice. So just try and look at your things and see if all of these flows feed into the larger gesture that you want to convey with your art. And if you're looking at the Wakfu reference here, a lot of these lines sort of flow into each other. Obviously, some of these don't, but the overarching lines definitely do, right? There's good directionality in it, which is why sometimes it feels a little bit stronger. Also, I gotta thank some people for following, because I've been ignoring you guys. Solid Spider Snake, thank you for the follow, big dog. Welcome in, welcome in. Zekio, welcome in. Sorry, guys, I'm a little sick today, so if I sound under the weather, it's because I am. But yeah, so that's why I think this feels like a little bit more dynamic than your drawing. I think if you also the proportions, if you look at your proportions, they're very cute, like even almost. Like this hip is a little unaligned, but it feels a little different. Whereas if you look at the proportions here, like if I draw like a straight line down to the hip, to me it feels a little bit more like tapered. Like he's a little bit broader at the top. You know what? That's not fair because I didn't really connect it to the external shoulder here. I think your guy's just a little less directional than this one. Like if I'm looking at sort of the flow going in like this, let me pick a stronger color here. What the fuck? I just like sort of like look at this shape here. This shape to me just feels a little bit more appealing than the shape you have going on, right? And these sort of inner shapes also help the appeal. So there's a lot of like subtleties within art that's properly conveyed, and the reason yours might feel a little bit flat and why this shape feels a little bit better is because this guy offset the shoulders. So when we're talking about things like contrapposto, it's to basically like when you apply all of these things, like offsetting the shoulders, offsetting the hips, all of these things help create more inner dynamicism within your drawing and better flows within your drawing. So I think one thing you could do on your boy here is you could probably just either lower this shoulder. I would say lower this shoulder. Okay, you could probably keep a similar width, but lower the shoulder, and I think it'll feel a little bit more dynamic. You can keep the shoulder up here. Tilt this down a little bit, maybe. Fix the lat angle. Now, look at the hips here. The hips have an opposing tilt, whereas your hips feel a little even. And I think this sort of really flattens out the image, okay? So we're lowering this shoulder here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do an opposing tilt. So if we got a tilt going through this shoulder at this angle, what we want to do is we want to do an opposing tilt on the other hip. So if we got this hip in this position, we're going to drop the other hip here. And now I feel like it's going to come off a little bit more dynamic, you know, just by adding that tilt. That tilt really sells the dynamicism. That's why a lot of like artists will be like, yeah, have opposing tilts. And there's a concept in art called like pinch and stretch, basically. People call it the bean also, but if you're doing a torso, you kind of want to always sort of have one side that is pinching and one side that's elongating or stretching, right? And that's the same with like torsos that are bent forward. You know, if you've got a guy bent forward, you're still going to get sort of this relationship here. And if you look at my dude here, you kind of got that. You got sort of this, and then you got this sort of pinch here, right? It's different. Like the shape doesn't always need to be this bean shape that I have here, but it sort of has to follow that sort of that relationship, and you'll get appeal that way. And I think if you go to like even these wolf girls here, I still sort of have that sort of that relationship. And you can mask it with all these little tiny bumps and lines or whatever, but these relationships kind of exist within this. Now, I will say this one I gave her a pretty big dress, but if you drew her torso going through here, it is kind of just going to come to this point here where you have like the pinch opposed to the stretch. And I think this relationship really sort of helps push the dynamicism of your drawings a little bit more. So that's a point of improvement, I think. Offsetting the shoulders. Slash hip. Offset. Watching your flows and gesture. Pushing. I should say pushing your gesture. Because you're pretty accurate on like the facial features and all that stuff, but I think you're where you're lacking is just sort of in the little subtleties. Dragon Lavi raiding in, hell yeah! What you doing, Dragon Lavi? Can we get a little shout out for Dragon Lavi? I don't know if there's any mods here, but let me give you a little shouty poo. Shout out, Dragon. I almost shouted out World Boom 94. Oops, Dragon Lavi. Thank you for the raid, big dog. What you been up to today? Last category, art. Ooh, you want to share anything with us, big dog? We're doing a little tutorial right now for a chatter. Another thing to watch out for is your leg proportions. So having a big knee like this with a tiny little hip is a little weird. So there's a concept in shape design. Oh, I drew some comms? Well, if you're willing to share them, go for it, Dragon Lappy. The stage is yours. I'm going to keep talking a little bit to my chatter right now who submitted this for revision. And then we'll pull up whatever you send us. And then I'll do a little intro on who I am, if you're interested. Or maybe you know me. I don't know. But there's a concept, Zaza, in shape design or character design in general called shape language. And essentially what this means is your character needs to follow the same sort of language throughout the entire pose. I also asked something, but I don't think you saw it. I was wondering what I could do to improve shadowing, because I don't think lines is it. Well, if you're trying to do this style, he literally just uses flat shapes. So what you could do is instead of using lines to hatch, you could just color the whole thing in, like a darker tone with like a pencil or something, you know? So instead, there's different ways to hatch. Like if you have a sphere, let's say, and you want to hatch, I can't draw a fucking perfect circle right now. But let's say there's like you could hatch it, you know, to sort of like identify the shape. You could also just literally block it in with like a lighter tone of some sort. That works too. That like whatever you want, really. One thing I will say is if you're gonna do hatching, dude, don't just do straight lines. You gotta have the lines sort of follow the direction of the character. Like this drawing here. If you look at these lines, they're curving and conforming with the actual like curvature on the jacket, right? Like these lines are sort of wrapping around the form here. Look at these lines. They're sort of all wrapping around the directionality of the form here. Now, it could be cleaner, but these things sort of all... The hatching has to describe the shape that it's on. So that's what you want to use hatching for. If you do just straight lines, it'll flatten things out. Where were we? So that's why yours feels a little bit flat. Okay, we got a Discord link by Dragon Lavi. Let me pull this up. Ooh. We got a nice little furry babe here. What we got? Let me pull this up. Check this out, guys. Dragon Lavi looking nice. She's looking very bonita. I really like the colors. You know what it reminds me of? You ever played Jak and Daxter? She's got the fucking Jak color palette, dude. The Jak and Daxter color palette. This is what I'm talking about. I don't know why, it just makes me think of this. This is flipped, but... Yeah, it just reminds me of that, for some reason. Yeah, a long time ago? Well, hell yeah, dude. Well, look, Dragon Lavi, I appreciate you rating in. If people want to follow you, where can they follow you? Do you want to drop any links? Any Instagram? Any Twitter? Any Blue Sky? Any freaking... I don't know, wherever. Not my character, but thank you. I don't, but... Oh, shit, I missed your message. I don't, but I rate artists with cool VTubers / PNG tubers. Ah, well, thank you. I could drop a link tree to them all. Go for it. Go crazy. Do you know who drew this? So I can give them a little bit of credit while we're pulling up their artwork. Since you say it's not your art. But Zaza, what was I saying? Yeah, hatching. So for hatching, you need to follow the shape. So if you're hatching like a leg like this, you really kind of want to make sure that it's like you're identifying the directionality of the forms, right? Going into this. And then it'll feel a lot stronger. It doesn't really matter too much what direction you're going with your hatching, so long as it conforms to the shape. But if you're trying to mimic this style, I would say just use flat colors. And I know you're working traditionally, so just use your pencil. You know, hold your pencil a little bit closer. So... Not their character, but it's a commission. Oh my god, dude. I can't read. Gotcha. Okay. So you did draw it. It's just not your original character. I got it. I got it. He's a little sick. A little bit, yeah. So hatching needs directionality. I'll just put needs direction. You need to describe the form. I was saying something else before. Yeah, we offset the tilt to the hips, and it creates a little bit more of an appealing design here. I'm going to narrow in the torso, just because I think narrowing in the torso is going to sort of make it feel a little bit more like he's got that V-taper. A lot of male characters have this sort of, these wider shoulders. They have this sort of like triangular look to them. They can pop out a little bit at the hips, but it doesn't typically go wider than the width of the shoulders. If you did that, it would come off a little bit more feminine. So having the shoulders and hip match, or like even the hips be wider, is going to feel a lot more female in terms of iconography. It's okay. I'm also recovering from being sick. Knee being big is what I was talking about. Oh yeah, shape language. Last thing, okay, and then I'll send you on your way, all right? Because I've yapped on long enough for this. But the last thing, when it comes to design, is there's this concept called shape language. This is just a fancy way of saying all of the shapes within a character have to feel like they exist within the same language, right? If I said some shit in French and I said some shit in English, you're going to be able to tell typically that it's two different languages, right? Your shapes kind of have to have that sort of feel. If I give this guy a really long triangular face, okay, with really triangular features, and then I give him a rounded body like this, it's going to feel weird. And then I give him square legs, it's going to feel really weird. You kind of want to make sure everything sort of feels like it exists within the same language, right? Now I give him this, and then if I'm giving him legs, maybe they're going to be a little bit pointier, longer than what I would normally do proportion-wise. And so that's what I mean by shape language. And so in this particular case, this guy's a very slender dude, almost like a Dex build, like a rogue or something like that. and because of that, he's going to have sort of a little bit more like twink-like build to him, right? And so I would just narrow in the legs. And if you look at this, this is sort of what he has here. He has these big calves, but these tiny little knees. And all of his joints are kind of like that. He's got big, bumpy forearms, okay? Tiny little joint here on the arm here. So he's got this relationship of narrow to large. Narrow to large. And you kind of want to respect that going into the knees as well. Right? Neck. Large, wide head. Right? That's a shape language. So that's sort of what I'm talking about with the knee. So I'll send you on your way with this, and then I'll answer Joe Limple's question, because I saw that. It's a good question. Okay. I'm going to just send you this on the critiques channel, just so that you have something to work on. And then Joe Linpole, we're gonna go in with your question here. So, how do you judge where the stomach ends and the hips start? Snack, would you take another critique today? Yeah, I saw Jisha's posted their work in the critiques channel also. I'll take a look at it in a second, and then we're gonna go through Joe's thing. So, Joe, the way you figure that out is essentially there's like most people use head scales. So if you're drawing a character and they have like a head, let's say it's this big, okay? Their hip, if you double the width of that head, okay? Poor sniffly boy. That's true. I'm fucking sniffly and coffee right now. If you double the width of the head, usually that's gonna line up to, I think I'm going on memory here. I'll double check in a sec, but I'm pretty sure that lines up with the nipples, okay? So your head's gonna be here. Everything in between here, the base of the second head is going to be your nipples. The base of your third head is going to be your belly button. Okay? The base of your fourth head is going to be the bottom of your crotch. Okay? Below that, I tend to struggle a little bit more from memory. There is like a measurement chart you can use that Andrew Loomis has made. Body proportions. Just look up Andrew Loomis body proportions, and you'll get this image here. Let me pull it up. I gotta find a better quality one. There we go. Whoops, I dropped my pen. You'll get this graph here. Okay. And what you'll notice is, like I said, so the first head on a there are different ways of using this, but essentially the more heads tall a character is, the more strong they'll feel, right? So if you've got a character who's 9 heads tall, he's gonna have a more heroic feeling. A more model-esque feeling would be like 8 heads, 8.5 heads. Idealistic is about 8 heads, so this would be like ideal. And a normal standard character is 7.5 heads. So you can use this as a measurement. But yeah, like I said, so one head, one head, then the nipples at the second head, third head belly button, fourth head bottom of the pelvis, roughly middle of the legs here for the fifth head, below the knees, shins, and base of the feet, right? So that's what I would say. That's what I would use as a reference. And all you have to do is type in Loomis body proportions, and it should be like the first thing that pops up. I said hello already, but I guess you didn't notice, so hello again. Hello, Jisha. Sorry I missed it. I've been missing a lot of stuff today, so don't take it personal, guys. I apologize. When I explain things on stream, I tend to get a little scatterbrained. Oh. Rocking an 8.2. It's a 9 out of 10. Bro, I keep getting a whiff of fucking like perfume in my apartment. I'm tripping. I swear to God, I'm gonna have a stroke or something. Maybe it's just this is what my apartment smells like, and I just can't smell normally. I don't know. I'm gonna grab more coffee. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump into Jisha's revision, and then we're gonna jump into friggin' Sid's revision. And then after that, I'm going to just sort of cut off revisions because I want to continue drawing a little bit. So I think that's what we're going to drop for now. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some coffee and then we're going to do that. BRB. Okay. I got a couple bananas too. I'm kind of hungry. I haven't eaten yet today. Ugh. Okay. You know in Microsoft Word, where you move a picture slightly and then everything gets jumbled up? The same thing happens when I try to draw action poses. But thank you for answering my question. Okay. For doing action poses, what you really want to get down is the shapes. Okay? So there's simplified shapes that are used in a lot of action poses. So let's say I'm doing a character running. You'd have the head, and then if they're running straight towards the camera, the head's going to be fairly large. Then maybe you'll have the arms sort of like this, in this sort of like oval shape, okay? And then the knee would maybe come forward in this other oval shape. And then the other knee would just be back here, and then maybe you'd see a foot, you know? And then there's, you know, if your arms are back here, maybe you have like an arm like this, and then another arm like this, whatever. But if you look at this, you can sort of tell there's like a guy running towards the camera. Okay? But it's all very, very simplified. He's literally just a bundle of shapes. And if you think about it this way, and you sort of narrow down the designs of these dynamic poses into these simplified shapes, it's going to be a lot easier to memorize the patterns that you see in the actual dynamic shapes that you want to reproduce. Okay, Joe? So that's sort of the big thing with dynamicism, is it's not really about, it's in part learning about the anatomy, but it's also in part learning about how to break down that anatomy in a way that doesn't overload your brain and then tie down from there. Poses like this are really hard to render. Well, what you do is you get a base like this, okay? And then from there, what you would want to do is use reference, you know? Look up a hand reference of like a hand in whatever pose you want. Okay, maybe take a pic. If it's a hand, just take a picture of yourself, dude. That's what I would do, but congrats. What do you say? All hail solid solid spider snake, dude. Your name is so hard to read. I'm so coded to say solid snake, but Lord of Dilfs. Congratulations, big dog. What's a Dilf? I'll tell you when you're older. Damn, Snack drew that difficult pose just like that. It's because I was just thinking about it being simplified, right? It's basically 4 shapes. You could do that. You can draw 4 ovals, okay? I know all of you guys can do that. Come on. Snack, what up, beef? What'd you say? What are you replying to? I wish Twitch had like a thing where if I click on the replying message, it brings me to it. But I just see that you replied to Snake, but whoa, what's a DILF? I already answered that. I said I'll tell you when you're older. An anonymous gifter gave Beef a tier 1 sub. Is this my anonymous gifter that is not that anonymous, that is always the anonymous gifter? I have a hunch as to who it could be. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. My dear Anon. Meow. But yeah, okay. Jisha, you with us? I think we're gonna jump into your thing now. Let me jump into Jisha's thing. Here's one more I'm really proud of. Okay. I'm going to clear out some of the other shit here, just so that we have less stuff on the canvas. So there's a lot going on. So one thing I see here, Jisa, and I'm just gonna comment on this. It feels like you're using a soft brush when you render things. I would say, and I think maybe we talked about this last time. It's a great drawing. It's got great proportions. It's a Tabaxi, I guess, from Dungeons and Dragons, or a Khajiit from Skyrim, depending on what your flavor of game is. But what I would say is I was making coffee, so I couldn't reply. Thanks again. No worries, dude. What I would say is I find that digital artists, typically on average, and I don't do a lot of rendering personally, but when I do render, I will almost always render using a hard round brush, always. And an example of this is this. I rendered this all with a hard round brush. It feels soft, okay, when you look at it from a distance, but it is all hard round. There's no soft brushes here, okay? It's all hard round. And you can get a soft feel that just feels a little bit more organic and textureful than using a soft brush. It tends to feel airbrushed, and you get a yeah, I am using a hard round brush and a blender tool. Okay, if that's the case, I think you're over blending. Try and get comfortable with leaving some texture in your work. I think your work would benefit a lot more with having a little bit more texture to it. And I would also watch sort of the line integrity here on the corners. If you see there's like these little bumps, it feels a little harsh. I would clean that up a little bit into like a nice clean line. The butt cheek here feels a little low to me, so I'd bring this up a little bit. And then, you know, maybe the butt would be like here-ish. I don't even think the butt would pop out that much. But yeah, otherwise it's looking very good. I really would just say, like, it feels over-rendered, and it doesn't... I think the values are still a little off. Ah, crap, I just realized I'm drawing on your thing again. I gotta stop doing that. Let me pull up a new layer here. Snack, drop your Clip Studio Paint settings. I'm begging you. I hate to set it. I don't know what to add and what not to add. All the annoying little things. I used Photoshop for 6 years. I don't have fancy settings. All my settings are default, so I don't really know what I could tell you, Beef. Also, I used Photoshop for like 5 years before like switching to Clip. Clip I actually only started using the last like couple years. Mostly once I graduated college, because I lost my Photoshop membership. because I didn't have the student license anymore. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drop a hue layer over top. We're just going to flatten this image out or with a white background, and then we're going to switch the layer to hue, and we're going to check the values. The values feel a little weird to me. So metal doesn't have this sort of this transition in value here. I also like you've got like a lighter value here, a darker value here, then light again. And I know what it feels like you're trying to do, like a little bit of a core shadow, but I don't know that it necessarily really works on something like metal. Metal has a very harsh transition. So if you have I'll do like if you have like let's say a sphere, metal is going to have a very, very, very sharp highlight. And very, very aggressive transitions, okay? Whereas skin is going to be a little bit more gradual. Skin would probably be a little bit more smooth feeling. A lot softer transitions. And so because you've got such soft transitions here, it feels a lot more like skin to me, which is why it feels a little weird. Now, I'm not the expert at rendering metal. My advice would be to watch a tutorial. I could try my best here, but I would say like see how I just like flattened all of that out and just left a little highlight. I think the light would catch sort of here-ish. And we're going to go real dark. And I think having these sort of like more aggressive transitions in value is going to help sell the material a little bit better. That's not a beautiful metal rendering. That kind of looks a little bit more like leather, but I would say look up a tutorial, identify how to render materials, because the issue here is that all of your metal renderings feel a little bit more like skin. They don't strike me as metal. So I'm gonna give you look up and check your values regularly, because I feel like your consistent error right now is just your value control. Watch. I'm not even gonna bother explaining it. That's why I'm saying like watch a tutorial, just because I'm just not the guy to ask for this. Watch a tutorial on rendering metal. There's a lot. Like there's tons of them. Find one from somebody who has a style that you like, and basically do literally what they say. Check your values regularly. Okay, Pookies, I'll see you later. All right, Otter, thanks for popping in. Anonymous gifter, you, presumably. I hate Photoshop, but God, I don't know how to switch to Clip Studio Paint. They're literally like the same software, except it doesn't crash as much. What are you talking about? Beef, what are you talking about? It's all the same. Check your values regularly. Check your values regularly. These feel like two different shoes. I don't know if that's intentional. I assume it is. It's a little bit strange to me. I do like your gesture, though. Very strong gesture going through here. Cleaner edges. And that's what I'm talking about with like cleaner edges, like, you know, just having these be a little bit cleaner, less little bumps and ridges and all that stuff. Have it flow better. Like right now you can see sort of brushwork here and then it's sort of brushwork here. You kind of want that to all just be one continuous line. Your shadow should be flatter. So if you look at the shadow, the way it's working here, it feels like the floor is like a wall. And I think we talked about this last time when you presented your other drawing. But the perspective is going to be a lot flatter. And I told you like you got to lower the horizon line a lot more. And so if you want her to feel like she's standing on ground, maybe there is a wall behind her though, you know. In which case it's a weird wall because it's at an angle like this. So you got to lower your horizon line, which means your vanishing points have to be a lot lower. And the shadow has to be compressed a lot more down here. And it's going to feel a little bit more natural that way. Lower floor plane. Oops. So I'll leave you with that. I'm going to be honest, I'm not very good at rendering. I can't really offer you too much in the rendering department just because I'm not knowledgeable enough about it to confidently give you advice on it, which is why I'm sort of focusing on more theoretical stuff. But these things, if you do these things, I guarantee you will get a significant improvement. Okay, let me get rid of this, and then we're gonna get into SIDS. And I'm gonna blow my nose in 2 seconds here. Thank you, no worries. I wish I could offer you more, Zisha. I'm just not a big renderer yet. Maybe one day. Buscrafter, hey everyone. What up, Buscrafter? Dude, I keep getting whiffs of perfume. I swear to God, I'm about to die. I don't know what it is. My brain keeps smelling perfume. I've never smelled perfume in my apartment ever, so I don't know why the fuck I keep getting whiffs of perfume, but I do. Ugh. Okay. I mean, these are great. What could I say? What could I say? Let me reduce the opacity here. Is there an area you want me to focus in on, Sid? I feel like for metal, I just put a very, very dark color right next to the white highlight with not much blending on the edge. I'm not an expert for rendering metal, but that's usually that usually gets by. Yeah, that's it basically. Is like it's just an aggressive transition. I'm not skilled enough to do like an instant demonstration on it. It would take too long. So I included the questions on Discord. Okay, let me take a look. You said mainly want to ask about the rotation of the arms and how you would draw. How would you draw abs without it looking unnatural? Because if there's other issues you see, definitely give me some feedback too. If you're not doing a third critique today, it's totally okay. I'll be here on Monday as well. The rotation of arms. I mean, arms are tricky. I still rely heavily on reference for doing arms. My advice to you, Sid, straight up, would just be take a picture of yourself, you know, and then notice your curves. And you know, let me Probably seeping smells from the apartment next door. No, I've been sick for like a week. I don't trust my nose at all. I think this is just what the air smells like, and I just can't tell. I don't have muscles. Well, Pinterest exists. All I get is the smell of weed. You can't smoke in my building, so you don't normally smell weed. Sometimes you do, and then I snitch because I'm a Karen, dude. Weed's legal here, so I'm not sending people to prison, but I am getting them in trouble with the building. Okay. Use reference. There's lots of reference for these exact poses. Um, what would I say? I think this arm could be a little longer. There's tons of apps and sites to model 3D body into a pose you want. Yeah, Sketchfab's a good one. I don't have time for that shit. I'm too lazy. So I'm gonna look it up on Pinterest right now. Okay. Jacked woman construction. I don't think Pinterest knows what a jacked woman looks like, but anyways. Okay. Okay, let's try something else. Woman sitting. Okay. Let me see if I can find something here that like sort of lines up with what you're doing. This is literally what I do. I just sort of browse for like 20 minutes till I find exactly what I'm looking for. What do we got? What do we got? I said woman sitting. These are all standing women. Woman sitting, god damn it. Woman sitting, resting, arm on knee, woman. Maybe that'll help. You could use something like this. This would be a good example, at least specifically for that far arm on this lady here. Like if your goal is to get more, when you're saying like you want to understand sort of arm rotation, I assume what you're saying is like being able to foreshorten things. And it's like, you know, I used a lot of reference. I couldn't find the one I used for this one in particular because it's from a few months ago, but I have a hard time figuring out how the muscle joints look under different postures. Okay, well, this is gonna be a test to see what I know here. If you're doing an arm from the side, you got to think of where the muscles insert, okay? And then you have to think of how the bones rotate related to those the muscles, okay? The bones rotate and the muscles react based on those rotations. So if you've got this pose here, where this arm is to the side here, you've got your humerus bone. Your deltoid is going to attach on the humerus bone, which is why I sort of moved this middle point a little bit more centered, because the bone is going to be, you know, in the shoulder socket here, and it's going to come down here to about here. Okay, that's the humerus. The elbow, I believe, is the ulnar bone, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong. But the elbow is based on the forearm's position. Okay? So if you're from the side like this, you're going to have a downturned elbow, I think. If you're looking at the elbow from the back, so let's do a side arm. Side arm. Sidearm, something like this. I think this could actually be larger, but brachialis, bicep, tricep. Tricep kind of inserts down here. So something like this from the side. From the back, you're going to have a lot more tricep visibility. The elbow is going to be more or less dead center, so you're not really going to have like any visible elbow. You can simplify it by just adding sort of like squiggles here to show where the elbow would be. You're going to see a lot of the brachialis. You're not going to see a lot of the bicep. And then the forearm is going to be sort of also very foreshortened. Or if I guess we could lengthen it out just to simplify things. But the forearm inserts, I think, right like between the bicep and the brachialis. So it's going to come out like this. And then, what do we got? And then the front. You're going to see a lot of the bicep, a little bit of the tricep, a little bit of the brachialis. If she's really jacked, you'll see the tricep on the other side. If she's not, you won't. Forearm, forearm. And the forearm has like this opposing relationship here the whole way through. So the apex on the curve of the forearm is going to sort of be angled like this. So this is sort of how I think about it. I think I made this forearm a little too long, but I don't know if that really helps too much, but that's sort of how I think about it. I've returned. Welcome back, Buscrafter. I recently found out the fingers and feet are the bane of existence for every artist. Oh, they definitely are, dude. That's why I use reference. There's no point in like stressing myself out. Avail, how you doing, big dog? Could you talk about abs too? Yeah, abs are a thing I'm not very good at, but essentially, I'm just gonna draw over this guy's abs. I was gonna say this lady's abs. This guy's abs. Abs are basically this strip, okay? So you can think of it this way, and then I think it's divided down the middle into basically two strips like this. And then these are subsectioned off into these sort of descending planes. Okay, and abs have a lot of variability in terms of like how they'll appear. So if you're doing like a the abs, let's say you've got a rib cage here. What I would probably do is just simplify the abs by doing, like I said, that sort of like block, and it's got form to it, so it's got depth, so it's gonna have like this side plane here. It's kind of like a big cube in a way that sticks out of the bottom of the rib cage. So if your rib cage is like here, your abs are gonna be sort of like that, and then your hips are gonna be like over here or whatever. Um, That's kind of how I think about abs. Abs are a thing I kind of struggle with. I guesstimate them a little bit. Like even this guy, when I did his abs, I just kind of guessed it. I could have probably pushed it more, but I just kind of like stylized it a little bit. But essentially, it's just that. It's just like this sort of this inserted shape into the base of the rib cage. Oops. So if you're doing abs, think of the rib cage, and then think of how this form would compress it going into the pelvis here. So it would fold sort of at the middle point here, where the rib cage kind of like ends, because the bone can't bend, okay, but the muscle can. So then I would do something like this. Maybe the top. I don't even know if it would be the top two or what, but something like that. And then you've got your obliques here. Now these abs are fine. The issue is that the outer plane here doesn't have enough mass to it. If you've got abs, you're going to be a little bit blockier, a little bit squarer. A lot of bodybuilders, actually, funny enough, don't train abs. Because the goal for a guy in particular, if you want to have an aesthetic physique, now this is very subjective, obviously, but generally men want to have a very tapered physique where they have a narrow waist and wide shoulders. So guys don't really want to train their abs because it often sort of squares them out. And it makes them look a little bit more like a trunk. Now it's not an ugly look, but it's just a different look. But the sort of the ideal look, I guess, is this very V tapered shape. And so it's the same with ladies. If you train your abs a lot, you're not gonna like. I mean, ladies don't have the same like muscle building potential that guys do, just because they don't have as much testosterone. But you are going to sort of get like a little bit more of a blocky physique. So again, identify the rib cage, right? If the rib cage is like, oops. If the rib cage is like this, the abs are going to extend out of that in this just sort of like wedge shape. The reason I put this plane here is so you can identify where to shade, you know, as the transition changes or the plane changes. And there are tons of guides online for sort of doing abs. I usually just do like a little plus sign or something like that, I think is what I try and do. It depends. If it's stretched out, it might be a little less apparent. But if it's flexed, you'll see it more. Let me pull up some ab anatomy art. Let's see how accurate I am here. Where's Pinterest? Okay. So another thing I guess I should have mentioned that I didn't actually show very well here. But abs also have sort of this sort of plane shift relationship to them. Okay? And they connect down to your pelvis, which I didn't really show too well. But if I were going to redo this based off of this, the abs come in. Okay? They come out a little bit. And then they come down again. And that's just sort of how you can think about how to shade it. But that's it, really. Like, it's not... It feels complicated, but I don't think it's that complicated. These sort of breakdowns and studies are really useful if you're not exactly sure what to do. I don't know how much this helps. Hopefully it points you in a good direction, but a veil, hey, I'm pretty good. Hell yeah, dude. I'm alright. I've been kind of sick lately, but we alright. We alright. Hey, what up, Chain? Yes, thank you. No worries, dude. I'm gonna send you this. There's a lot of shit here, but and then we're gonna get back to drawing my queen. Okay, let's get rid of these. Where is my... Nope. My handsome boys. There they are. Oh my god. I understand the shapes, but it's hard not to make it look like cardboard. What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean just like flattening it out? A lot of the shape, like weight and width and like direction change, they're just there as indicators to sort of like identify where where you should shade things, essentially. Now's a good time actually to draw my abs, because we just went over abs. So now I gotta think about this guy's abs. So if his chest is like here, I gotta reduce the thickness of this brush. His chest like here. His rib cage comes to like here. And then it comes up like this. His rib cage wouldn't do that, actually. It'd be more like this. He's flexing, or he's sitting, so his abs are going to be kind of like bent. What did we say the relationship with the abs was again? Okay. I'm literally just going to draw these planes. Now I'm going to lighten it up. Just because I don't actually need all these lines. I just need it there as a little guide. It looks like the top two abs are on this top plane here. I think this top plane could have actually been a little longer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it longer in my head. I'm not going to redraw it, but we're going to do the top two abs here. Little plus here. I want his lats to be pretty big because he's jacked as fuck. Really narrow waist, again. Want to make this a little prettier. Will you shade and color this character? I want to see what layers you use for the flat shading and color. Probably literally just use one layer for the flats. And then probably like one layer for rendering if I decide to render it. Which I might. Why not? Fuck it, why not? Take me, baby. I think this would have more of a pinch here. Not sure I like that. it's a good idea to define the rib cage. I'm gonna start doing that as well. When you block things in, also, you tend to get this nice little like textural feel of like an underdrawing, which I like. I basically just erase out what I do want and what I don't want. I don't want the abs to be as loud there. I've never actually drawn abs with this brush, so it's going to be a little difficult, but I don't know if I'm going to draw them literally. Right now they're a little too literal. I kind of want to I want to apply the Gestalt principle, essentially, which I know I've talked about it a lot, but essentially describing a shape without necessarily doing a hard outline around that shape, right? If I draw a line like this, like this, like this, like this, okay, and then another one like over here, you guys could tell it's a cube, even if there's no lines like connecting everything, right? And in art, sometimes doing that can make things a little bit more appealing. He low-key looks like Escanor from the Seven Deadly Sins. You're the second person to say that. I feel like, yeah, at this point, you might as well just be that. I always define the rib cage. I feel like it just sort of helps a little bit, like clarify things a bit more because the rib cage is sort of it's a good landmark. Just zooming out, making sure my shapes have appeal at a distance. What are we listening to right now? This is my playlist. In the Pool. Never heard this before. Is there a cue? I guess it's just the random playlist I picked up. Whatever. It's I. Damn! That shit hit. Never mind. It makes me think of Shakespeare. This guy. Zesty ass Shakespeare, dude. I mean, Shakespeare probably was zesty. Hmm. I gotta figure out how people draw clothes. I gotta figure this. I gotta look up some reference, dude. Clothes drawing, especially like puffy shit. I struggle so much with it, dude. Line art. I just want to see line art. Line art. Ah, okay. Damn, bro, I haven't heard this song in so fucking long. I used to listen to this shit when I was like 19. Probably even younger. Hmm. Very nostalgic, I know. Boom, 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 boom. Why am I having such a hard time finding reference right now? This is also why I don't use a lot of reference when I stream, because I don't like the time it takes me to just silently browse Pinterest while nothing's happening on screen. It's like a weird insecurity of mine. So I tend to just do things from imagination, but I feel like I'm just like I've hit a wall. Like I'm not getting any better, so it's like frustrating a little bit. But okay, street fashion art. Okay, this is pretty decent. Hello, Mighty Murr. How you doing, big dog? Okay, one thing I'm noticing is harder outlines on the fabric. I'm also going to reduce the opacity on the layer below this guy just because it's distracting. I'll bring it back up later. I actually do kind of prefer his old haircut looking at him now, but okay. Looks like there's pretty hard outlines. The lines aren't fully connected on the wrinkles. Chilling like a villain, trying to learn. Oh yeah. Am I your learning guy? What are you trying to learn? Self-teaching animation slash Clip Studio Paint. Started a month ago and trying to find all I can. Okay, well I've done some animation before. I actually was working on an animation a couple weeks ago. Taking sorry, I'm sick right now. I'm taking a little break from animating. We're doing some reference studies. I can show you my animation though if you want. If you're up to it. It's gonna have to sort of render, but heart parent. That's right. I gotta move this freaking guy. Where the hell is it? He's blocking my drawing. There you go. Dude, my neck is starting to hurt. Ugh. It's been so long since I've drawn. Well, not really. Actually, I don't know why my neck's sore today. Strange. I really don't like the hair, guys. I know we were kind of memeing earlier with the hair, but I gotta do something else. Discord groups are pretty delayed, and I don't know any animators, so I figured some kind of live stream would be ideal. Well, here I'll show you what we were animating a couple weeks ago. I don't know if this is the right one. No, I don't think this is. Is it this one? Yeah. Where the hell is my timeline? Posture check for neck pain? You're probably right. Come on, timeline, hurry up. Why didn't that work? Window. Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's on a different screen. Okay, that's why. I was like, where's my timeline? Oh, there it is. I think this is what we got so far. It's a little, it's still choppy because it needs to render, but this is how she's going, and then we'll come back to it once I have the energy to keep doing this shit. But so slow. I'm gonna stretch my neck for 2 seconds. Oh. That's amazing. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. But yeah, that's sort of what we've been doing right now. So, but we're taking a little break from animating. We're doing random character studies and shit. Honestly, all that looks like a spaceship console to me. It's just a timeline. I get it though. This twisting of a new technology. Whoa. Futures made of. Should we give him like a corporate mullet? Nah. No corporate mullet. VOS53, thank you for the follow, big dog. Welcome in, welcome in. New technology. Live underground. I'm trying to find like a style that really works with this sort of outfit. I still don't really like it too much. Ugh. Dude, I can't wait for this cold to go away. I don't like that. It's too many lines. Mm. I still barely understand CSP, so watching your process is interesting. I don't even know what my process is, dude. I've been trying to figure that out for years. I just kind of follow my intuition these days. I don't really know how I'm feeling about the nose. I don't know if I like that either. Ditto. Amen. Guys, I gotta piss again. I'll be right back. Shit. The fedora, man. I don't think the fedora is the move, but I'm just trying shit that I wouldn't normally try. I'm just gonna change up the eye, dude. Like completely. Or his helmet from Ragnarok. I don't even know what that looks like. I'm not trying to go like too magical with this guy. Just kind of like normal, kind of like JoJo-esque, I guess. I don't normally struggle this much with side profiles, but He looks like Squidward now. Can't do that. He's like handsome Squidward. God, this is pissing me off. I might just wipe the whole face and just redo it, but we'll see. Because right now it feels like I'm trying to make something work that's just not going to work. I don't like that. Okay, we're getting rid of the face. Bye bye, face. Reduce opacity on the bottom one. We're doing this again. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it, chat. It's a little small. Is this song new? I've never heard it before. I have no idea. I don't even know. I wasn't paying attention. What song was it? Recently played. What do we got? If It Only Gets Better by Joji. Oh. I'm not a big Joji guy. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't I'm not I just don't really like Joji that much. This is just sort of like a random chill playlist. I can't get into him. I find him too pretentious. He just like he just sort of like puts off the persona of like I'm an artist too much. I don't know. It irks me. It bothers me. I don't like it. It's fake. It feels fake, anyways. Which sucks too, because I was a huge Filthy Frank guy back in the day, you know? And I feel like that transition just sort of amplified how fake it feels to me. I agree with you. Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't like it. That ain't right. Shit. Fuck. Thank you for the follow, Eck. Welcome in, welcome in. Feels so weird. I think I need to draw this apart. It's just I think the rest of the body and trying to match it to the body is just like it's throwing me off. I don't really care for the singer's character if I like their songs. That's fine. I'm not. I don't have any issues with like separating artist from art or whatever. But my issue is I just don't think his music's good. I just think it's like it comes off as pretentious, depressy, sort of pop, like emo. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to like explain it. I just don't like it. I don't like the vibe it gives. I'm full of controversial opinions though. So if you disagree with me, no problem. How do I get this to feel the same? I feel like it's the same head angle as I had on another drawing. Let me see how I did that. Oh, yeah, it's the same angle as like this guy. Line, 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 brow, line, line, pointy nose. Fuck. Nah, dude, you're good. Everyone has preferences and opinions about everything. Doesn't mean it's wrong. No, that's fine, dude. I mean, it's music anyway. It's all subjective, but I just can't take him serious, you know? Oops. Bro, that was a perfect fucking. Look at that, dude. Look at this perfect egg on my selection. Holy shit, I'm a god. I'm a god. This is probably the most perfect egg I've ever done in my entire life. I don't know if this really works. It's not terrible. I can fix it later. It's better than what we had before, I think. This ear does not go there, though, but... I need to be more careful with what, Damon? How do I do, like, pouty lips? Do any of these guys have pouty lips? No, no. Just lines. Open mouth. No. Lines. This guy's got a cool mouth. I kind of like this mouth. I'm gonna steal that. One is in a UN. Snack has considered me doing banter as a universal female flirting method of shit testing. Are you shit testing me, dude? You trying to fuck me, Damon? I'm not gonna fuck you, bro. You're not even subscribed. I only fuck subscribers, sorry. I'm just kidding, by the way. The bowl cut and bump nose are missing? Yeah, I got rid of them. Peak physique? Thank you. Damn, go away, Snack. Just kidding. I'm kidding. Then are you in? Does this look stupid? I used to be subscribed once. Is it a token system or is it more of a subscription-based service? Escorts on subscription-based service sounds insane, dude. Mr. Hellyman, guess who's here, furry? Obviously only cares about Twitch chat as usual. I'm looking right at you, dog. For those who don't know who I'm talking to a little YouTube chatter. I'm not schizophrenic, okay? I don't just ask questions to myself and then answer them. Well, sometimes I do, but thank you, Sid. Schizo snack. It's me. I see you, Frisky. Are you Helly Man? The head feels small now. Maybe the jaw's small. That's why. Ad block for the win. Congratulations. These ad breaks are getting annoying. BRB. Sorry, dog. Not much I can do about that. Oh, he looks like such a douchebag. I think that's working. Let's go. Let's go W a Glad special. What's a Glad special? Ad block? Is that Glad special move? My suggestive boy. Hey, my headphones are dying. I gotta change my battery. Give me a second here. Change my battery. I gotta change my headphones, is what I meant. I'm still in bed, but what's up? What up, Glacier Pops over on YouTube? How you doing, big dog? I'm not in bed. I'm in chair. I'm back. 3 minutes of ads every 15 minutes. There's no way, dude. It's 3 minutes every hour, dude. What do you think? I'm evil? What do you? Don't slander me, Joe. There's not 3 minutes of ads every 15 minutes. I wouldn't do that to you guys. I think it's Twitch is doing it. They shouldn't be, because the way I have it set up is 3 minutes every hour. It's just the best selection. Okay, it's not even like a greed thing. It's just the best thing for a channel. It is the best, the statistically best number of ads you could have. Anything that gets rid of pre-rolls, really. You're getting the clip too because of digital visuals. What you talking about? Okay, this guy could be. He could have a bigger head. His body's fucking massive, but his head is so tiny. He also has no brow. Why are you drawing naked men? He's wearing clothes, dude? What are you talking about naked? Quit projecting, dude. I can't be unpunished. I can't be punished with ads. I'm free. Congrats, Glacier Pops, Pinhead. Now, last time it was furries. Now it's gay porn. When the hell was I drawing furries? I swear, you're just thinking wishfully. That's all. I would never. I'm pure, dude. I'm a wholesome streamer. This is a family channel. There was the rat guy. What are you talking about? Rat guy. And the Giga Chad puppy? I think you've been watching other streamers, dude. You cheating on me, dog? I have no idea what you're talking about. Show Giga Chad puppy. I don't know what this person's talking about. Frisky, what are you on about? I remember Cat Girl. Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. Those weren't like animals though. Glacier Pop's family channel, he says. That's right. Sponsored by Disney. I don't even think I saved them, dude. I don't know where they are. They're on some other drawing that I don't remember what I did with. I don't like that. It literally says furry in the tags, guys. It's a marketing thing. It's a marketing thing. Show him Giga Chad puppy on your Instagram. I don't think I've ever posted a Giga Chad puppy on my Instagram. I don't think I've ever drawn a dog on my Instagram, anyways. If you know what you're talking about, you can link it, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Did we see the Jack Dory finally going to jail? The Lord is real. I don't even know who that guy is. I saw it on like Reddit, and I was like, huh. It sucks to be him, I guess. What the fuck is the song name? Is it not on the screen? It says no cock like horse cock. This is not my doing, by the way, guys. Which one of you motherfuckers queued this up? Frisky. I'm disappointed in you, Frisky. Catfish furry. That's true. I am a catfish, dude. I'm a fake furry, guys. If you guys are here because you love that furrydom, I'm not your boy. I mean, I am, but I'm not like, I'm just not a real furry. I'm a liar, okay? I'm fake. Big phony. The song is insane, dude. The guy who pisses off random people and hides behind a security. Okay, I think I'm familiar. It's like the I saw. I mean, I know who he is because I saw him on like Reddit not too long ago. But I only see this guy like once a year pop up or something. It's never something great though. But I guess him being in prison is fine. He's like Sam Pepper or whatever, you know. Send him to jail. I don't like this. See, I like this shape more. He looks so silly. Why is he wearing heels? Oh my god, such a diva. Oh, you mean this guy? I don't know. I'm stealing his outfit though. Where's the zipper for the fursuit? Guys, I'm not a furry. I'm just a mouse. The two can be mutually exclusive. You know that, right? You are so cooked. I think you just want me to be a furry, dude. It's fine. I'm not gonna gift you, dog. Jack Doherty's going to jail, but Colleen Ballinger came back. We win some, we lose some. What a time to be alive. Still don't know that I like this very much. I like it more than what I had before, but I don't see Escanor anymore. I'm sad. Sorry, dog. Sorry to disappoint. You say that now, but just you wait. That sounds like a threat, dude. I don't know how I feel about this song. It's just the same thing over and over. I went to I went to a restaurant once, and they just kept playing the same like version. I don't know. It was like they played this song, but it sounded like the next song that came on was the exact same song but slightly different. And I remember actually trying like slowly going insane throughout the dinner. We were there for like an hour, and I swear to God, we just listened to the same fucking thing over and over and over by different artists. And I thought like the fucking restaurant was like pranking me, dude. I was like going crazy. And I brought it up to the waiter. I was like, dude, you guys keep playing like the same sort of shit over and over. And he's like, yeah, isn't it sick, dude? He was like some like hipster like chill dude or whatever. He's like, yeah, man, this shit totally rocks, dude. Fucking vibes so hard, bro. And I'm like, I was trying to tell him it was driving me insane, but he didn't get it at all. How's the cold? You were sick or am I crazy? No, I'm definitely still sick, dude. I've been coughing up a lung and fucking snorting and sniffing and blowing my nose nonstop. It sucks, Glacier Pops. Snack is yucking people's yum always, dude. What's the point of being a streamer if I can't mock chat, you know? That's why I did it. That's where my passion lies. Bullying chat. Oh, you got the flu too? Nice. I might have been the flu. I wasn't like vomiting or anything, but I was pretty fucked up, I'm not gonna lie. I just don't like the shape we got here. He also humming people's yuck. That's right. I can do it all, guys. I feel that. I got surgery soon, so I'm not allowed to get sick. What are you getting operated on, dude? Cock enhancement? Just kidding. Do you guys think Wolverine's foreskin grows back? Like, if he gets circumcised, do you think it just comes back? Just out of curiosity. I'm wondering what chat's thoughts are on that. I feel like I've asked this question before, but I think this is probably like a popular question. I feel like people have asked this before. Nah, God stops that kind of haram. I see. Oh, dang, this is a very different energy from earlier. I'm back from a bit of an anime binge. Nice. What'd you watch? Chat, what the fuck is the song? Furrymon. Tumor, sadly, but I'll lose some weight at least. Oh shit, Glacier Pops. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Well, hopefully it goes well, and hopefully, it's not too serious, but yes, it grows back, but how does his hair stay short is my question? That's an excellent question. Do you think your hair would just grow endlessly if you had like a healing factor? Would your nails grow super long too? I don't like this. Oh, nice. Furry song for the furry. Yeah, I know. I'm not a furry, guys. I'm telling you. I'm sorry to disappoint. I'd say that your hair and nails will probably grow infinitely unless they just break. Technically, nails and hair are made of dead cells, so no, they won't regenerate. Hmm. Is this a song about smashing Pokemon? Yeah, unfortunately. I didn't choose it, okay? I'm the victim. Furrymon, gotta smash them all. I have no idea, so it'll be a fun surprise for me when it's out. Sadly, I don't think I'm gonna keep going. I'm going to get. I can't read, dude. Sadly, I don't think I get to keep it though, which is annoying because it's mine. I should be able to keep my own body parts. Oh, you mean your tumor? Would you put it in a jar? Is that your plan? I'm the victim, says the tyrannical streamer. You guys bully me. You're so mean to me, chat. Hurting my feelings all the time. Rainbow Dash in a jar. What? Oh no. I know what you're referencing. That's terrible. This is why I don't let my friends play their playlist in my car. Look, I do it for entertainment value, but there are times where I seriously question chats like values and ethics. More so than usual. I was thinking I could dry it out and use it as an artist name stamp. Like people get to keep placenta. Some people even eat that. Would you eat your tumor? Could you do that? Why is there a very stylized end of an ice cream cone protruding out of the mouth hole of this hunk? It's a tongue. It's a tongue, Damon. Let me see if I can make him more tongue-like. There you go. Does that look more tongue-like? He's trying to be cute, dude. He's trying to be a little cutie patootie. I may be straight, but my art isn't, so. And here's the tumor that came out of me. I'm so proud of what I grew. Would you name it? It's a joke, please don't. Okay. We went for nostalgic anime songs to whatever this is. Always. Is their tongue out or are they choking on like a lollipop? Guys, stop trying to gaslight me into thinking this guy's a fucking lollipop in his mouth. It's not gonna work, alright? I know it's a tongue. Everybody knows it's a tongue. Stop saying it's a lollipop. It's not gonna work, okay? I don't believe it. Tongues have curves. I swear to God, Damon. What is this? What do you think it's made of straight lines? I can't even do a straight line. Couldn't do a straight line if I wanted to. As my tumor may be cancer, I think that would be a bad idea. Unless I got paid lots of money, then maybe. Sorry to hear that, dude. Do you know if it's benign or not, or I don't know if you want to talk about it. If not, that's fine. I don't know if chat can take this topic seriously, or if you even want that, but mullet boy. Maybe put the division between the tongue, like this or whatever. Do the oversized anime girl sweater arms and only do the end of the fingers. I do think I really need to rework the arms. I don't really like them right now. To chat with the furry shit, dude. I'm gonna figure out the arm later. Tongue, do a D. That's not what tongues look like, dude. It's not just like a friggin' like emoji tongue. Can't do a straight line. That's right. Do I make the other eye small or like closed? I could do that. I don't know if I like that very much. Yeah, we'll just leave it the way it was. What would a gay line look like? It would just have a bunch of different hues in it. It would just be like that, and then it'd be like that, then it'd be like that, it'd be like that. My gay line. Will this stream be available to watch later? It's 2 a.m. Need to go to sleep. I want to watch the coloring section later. I don't know if there's going to be a coloring section today. But yeah, all my VODs are available. And also, all my VODs are permanently available on YouTube. So you're more than welcome to check it out later if you want. But I don't think we're going to get to coloring today. We're almost 4 hours into the stream. Normally, I tap out after 4 or 5 hours. So we may have to hold off on coloring. How long back are the YouTubes available? I don't think YouTube actually has like I think they just keep your VODs indefinitely, dude. I don't think there's like any sort of like cleanup at all. Like Twitch cleans up regularly, so they're there for like 2 weeks, but they think it's benign, but I'm not 100% so hopeful. I'm good with jokes, but I'm gonna remind you every time you try and bully me. YouTube chat that you're bullying someone who may have cancer. It won't work. You're still getting bullied, dude. Okay? Equal opportunity bullying. Dang, I was working on an 8-point turn for a character model, but I'm kind of struggling to do the middle pose, and I was wondering if you could help me out with it. Maybe tomorrow. If you're here tomorrow, yeah. I was doing some revisions at the start of stream. I just kind of want to get this fella done today. I don't really like the outfit so far. I think the arms in particular I kind of want to change. Fuck. Who should follow little old me? Joe Limple, thank you for the follow, big dog. Roger that. Till next time. Good night, everyone, and have a and remember, a gay line is never straight. Thank you. I will remember that. I would never blaspheme my lines, you know? Oh. Bye bye. See you, Joe. No color. When color stream? I don't know, guys. Maybe next one. I don't know. Who knows? TBD. I'm kind of color. I'm a little color phobic. I'm not gonna lie. I don't fuck with color that much. Would it be like a byline in an article where it's just the author's name? Huh? Snack, help me choose Bony Lady or Gang of Lich Priests. What's the context? I'm thinking right now. I'm gonna say Gang of Lich Priests. Go big or go home, you know? He's a little too. I don't know if 10 is the number for this guy. What number should he be? Ten is perfect? Okay. I don't like the way I did the 10, though. I think the numbers could be closer. 67? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that, guys. You should have said 69. I'm color phobic. I am. I just don't use a lot of color. So I'm terrible at it. This guy's ribcage is fucked. You're mispronouncing it. It's 6'7". Oh my god. You guys just want me to say that, huh? This costume feels so stupid to me. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. It looks stupid, but I don't like that. This needs more. It doesn't have enough going for it. I think I'm gonna have to be in the hospital after surgery. Hoping my drawing people are streaming, but it's gonna be near the holidays. Will you be streaming around the holidays? Unless it falls on a holiday, probably. I really don't like the arms. Yippee! I stream only on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays if I'm not sick, obviously. And if Christmas falls on any of those days, or New Year or Eve, New Year's Eve or whatever, then probably not. But let's see. Thursday is Christmas. Wednesday is Christmas Eve, and New Year's is Thursday. Yeah, so I'll probably be streaming. Stupid. I'll have you know it's high fashion. Apparently, I just mean the shape was stupid. Not the outfit. The outfit is stupid, but you know it's okay. It's anime. Is mine? Christmas Eve's my birthday. Oh no, tragic, dude. Do you get screwed over with the where people just sort of combine your gift into one day? I blame Gladrake for Laffy showing up in playlists. Laffy. Here's to hoping it's not on a holiday. Heads up on your old live stream. It looks like there's just a screen cap from the drawing. Naked people. I don't know if you care, but YouTube might. I'm sorry. There's no way I have any nudity on my channel. Screen caps from the drawing. What are you talking about? Glacier, what are you talking about, man? Dude, I think this is the first time I've ever heard someone get it in the first go. People always assume I get double, but it's never that way. Efficiency, dude. Glacier, can you explain to me what you mean by nudity? I'll look again, but I thought I saw boobas. I don't think so. I've never drawn nudity on stream. Actually, I've never really drawn nudity ever, other than doing like life drawing. Maybe we just go sleeveless. He sa- he says as a man's nip stares at us intensely. 11 months ago, gray figure, if not nude, really close. Yeah, it's really close. There's tape on the boobs. It's fine. It's fine. I could take that one. If they're gonna hit me with a claim over that, I'll fight it. Hmm. I thought more about eating it. I don't think I'd like to get mad cow disease for humans, self cannibalism. I don't think that's. I think you have to eat the brain to get like prion disease or whatever. I don't think it works with just like normal flesh, because otherwise, like you would just like give yourself like brain parasites by chewing your nails. You know. You know what? For someone who creates so many interesting characters, I'm surprised you never tried to make your own story or manga or something. It really is just all of the things that I don't do, guys. It just comes down to me not having the time. If I didn't have a job, guys, I'd be doing all this shit. All right. Unfortunately, I have a job. Wish I didn't, but I do. Prion disease works with flesh, but it needs a lot. Okay. It's good to know I'm not destroying myself by chewing my nails. I don't like that. Too much. Oh, you are, but in a different way. Okay, well that's fine. As long as I'm not making myself insane. That's too harsh of a line there. I don't like that. Really don't like the perspective on the chest right now. Oops. That's true. I did ask if it was going to be one of the tumors with like eyes and hair in it, but they said most likely not. Where is it? Eyes and hair. What are you drinking like out of the fucking river from The Simpsons, dude? You're going to be one of those like three-eyed fish? Again, you are, but in different ways. I'm not insane, Damon. Look who's talking. Some tumors have eyes and hair inside. Crazy. Dang, the outfit became less slutty. It's not less slutty. What are you talking about? It's just as slutty. You can get teeth with tumors with teeth, hair, etc. Could be linked to hormonal issues, which I have, but they said it's probably not that. No extra teeth for me. Damn, crazy! I didn't know that. That's insane. The more you cover up, the sluttier it gets. We didn't cover anything up. If anything, we exposed more. Now you can see his full arm. This feels like if they made Magic Mike into an anime. My idea was just like I was trying to go for something like JoJo esque. Have you ever tried to do Pixar art in Minecraft? I have not. I just mean to be fair, JoJo's very homoerotic. I know it is very homoerotic. That's what I was going for, though. I don't want an extra pinch here. I kind of just want to basically curve. I don't like that. Not good shape. Needs 30% more bulge, you think? Have we seen the GameCube from Steam? The Gabe Cube, you mean? I'm so getting one. What do you think, Snack? I don't really play video games much. I keep hearing good things. I don't know anything about it, though, other than it looks awesome, apparently. What's awesome about it? The Stanley Cup's not hidden well enough? Did something happen to the Stanley Cup? I don't like that. I don't like the thumb. This needs to curve. There's a lot of stuff I don't like here. Oops. Fuck. Nona, thank you for the follow. We drawing furries again? Dude, I've been drawing the same thing for 4 hours. Gigolos this time? Exactly. Damn you, follow sound my ears. Glacier, what's the big deal with the Steam thing? I just don't get it. I don't know anything about it. This needs to be a smaller brush. I think I'm fucking it up. The stand user can be anybody. I've never actually seen JoJo, by the way. Did you guys know that? I'm a big phony. I just like the art style. Steam is just really good, and now they're gonna have a little PC that runs everything pretty well. It could run Cyberpunk at normal graphics. Any multiplayer games, you don't have to play online, pay an online fee. I see. Can't you just do that with a PC? My whole thing with consoles is like PCs are just better. You know what I mean? I don't like. I'm never gonna be convinced to buy another console unless it's like the fucking Switch, because all their shit's exclusive on it. But I don't like this at all, dude. I think I fucked it up pretty hard. It basically is a PC, just cheaper, and you can get a warranty. I guess. I don't know, dude. I feel like I would just rather get a PC because it's like once this thing's like I don't know. Once the like games get better and they take like larger CPUs and GPUs and all that stuff, it's like how do you swap out your GPU on your Steam Deck? I would rather spend like an extra like 400 or 500 bucks to get a better like graphics card than get an entirely new console. I just like the modularity of PCs. They are the master race. This one's first party. Those were third party. I literally have not heard a single spec about this thing. I don't even think there are specs out yet. I think people are just like hyping it up right now. I wish they'd have Bloodborne on Windows. Do they not yet? FromSoft always does shit pretty late, don't they? Or is it just Bloodborne? Okay, let me look at Android 16. Ooh, he do kind of look like Android 16 a little bit. I just don't really like the shapes on this guy right now. It's just not working for me. And I don't really know how to do it with this brush. Part of me feels like I should switch to my other brush, but I'm trying really hard to fight that instinct. Specs are out? Okay. Think I'm gonna go make brown sugar butternut or squash tonight? What should I have with it? Or just by itself? You should have whipped cream with it, dude. Specs are out. AMD 7600 CPU, 7600 GPU. That's not bad. The thing I like most about a PC is they can do way more than just gaming. If a high spec console, if I get a high spec console, I can only play games if I get a high spec PC. I can play games, make art, movies, do CGI rendering, etc., etc. Yeah, that's the thing with me too. Is like, man, I can't fucking use Clip on on Steam, and that's all that really matters to me. So I don't really give a fuck. If my computer can run Clip and my internet's good enough to stream, then I'm chilling. Fuck. Bluebird Macaw, thank you for the follow. What program are you using? I use Clip. Sadly, I'm a Mac person, so no games for me. Well, that is true. I also have a Mac, but I don't really use it for anything other than its portability. Clip Studio Paint, correct. How many subs until you do your first gaming stream? The first gaming stream is going to be whoever can redeem the gaming redeem. There's a gaming redeem, guys. You guys can get me to play video games at any moment in time. I'll buy your stupid game too. I don't care. My one thing is, so long as it's not like some game I absolutely don't want to play. None of you guys are ever going to save up that many points though, so I'm not overly worried. Hello, furry thing. What up, Rumby? How you doing, big dog? Or big penguin, I should say. No, no, games, yeah. I mean, I don't want to play games, you know? I just want to draw for the most part. I want to see him struggling while playing Dark Souls or Hollow Knight. Here's the thing, guys. I'm incredible at everything I do. So there's no such thing as struggle for me. Except for Ark, because it's the hardest thing in the world besides streaming, obviously. Not even games like Drawful or Pictionary. If somebody spends 600,000 points to get me to play Drawful, I guess you can. It's a free country. Tell the brain surgeons to get actual skills like streamer and artists. You know, if I put as much time into learning brain surgery as I have into drawing, I'd probably actually be a brain surgeon by now. I wish that was a joke, but it's probably actually not. Not trying to knock being a brain surgeon or anything. What about drawing games? I feel like drawing games is just like I don't know, it's if it's just drawing, I feel like it feels like cheap, you know? I feel like the real what you guys should really do is you should save up and then you redeem it when GTA 6 comes out. You would be a surgeon and get snubbed by actual doctors. No. I'm just saying, becoming a surgeon takes less time than becoming a good artist. Just saying. Snack's a surgeon now? Should I have you do my surgery? Nah. I can only do circumcisions. Kidding, by the way. How long does it take to become a surgeon? Like 14 years? How long does it take to become a master artist? I feel like they're on par. I'm not joking, okay? I'm not joking. I feel like if you want to get like master level in art, it's basically the same thing. Now, the value is way less because I'm not saving lives. I'm saving lives maybe emotionally, but who gives a shit about that, really? And that's still optional? The traditional Jewish way of nibbling it off? No. No, I'm Christian, dude. I'm Christian Catholic. I'm French Canadian. We use our free healthcare to get snipped. It's not so bad. You either traumatize or save lives with art. That's true. Hey, man. Somebody's just spamming emojis right now in fucking YouTube chat. Damn, Snack, I was hoping you'd make the stitches look real nice. I'm trying, god damn it. I'm just not good at it. Because I'm not surgeon level yet, you know? I'm basically in med school right now in terms of art skill. I'm not quite at my residency, and I'm definitely not a surgeon yet. The Japanese way, it's kind of like seppuku in the end, but he just cuts the tip off a baby's junk. Why do you guys know so much about circumcision methods? Are you the kind of loaded med schools kids that fly off to Eastern Europe to look at open heart surgeries? I've actually been in an open heart surgery, believe it or not. I've seen one up close. Hey Snack, how are you? How are you? I'm chilling, Peachtree. How you doing, Oni? Don't think I've ever made it to verse two of thank you. Really? Yeah, my one of my best friends in like middle school. Okay, we're not tight anymore. We didn't like have a falling out or anything. We just kind of grew apart. But his dad was a heart surgeon. Okay, and a very popular, like a very successful one. Okay, and for bring your kid to school day, I'm not even joking, guys. He brought us into an open heart surgery. I shit you not. And it was like an old lady. Okay, so I sat in there, literally, like she's on the table like this. Okay, the surgeon's like standing here. She's like old lady like this or whatever. And I'm here. 14-year-old me is just like here, and my buddy's like here, and we're just like watching this lady's like open heart surgery. I'm not even joking. It was fucking insane. Isn't bring your kid to school there? Or sorry, bring your kid to work there, or whatever the fuck. In front of the kids? I mean, I was no, no, no. They didn't bring her into fucking. They didn't like wheel her into a classroom. They brought us to the hospital. We were in the surgery room. They brought us in there for like 10 minutes. That was it. It was crazy though. They had like this knife that like cauterizes as it cuts. So it basically like for cutting like veins and stuff. It I don't know if they use it for veins. I can't really remember, but they did at this point in time. And they cut I think a vein and it automatically cauterized it so it wouldn't just like bleed out. It's very interesting. Imagine if you sneezed. Oh yeah, they were like you have to be incredibly quiet or we're kicking you out. I think we were probably like snickering and being stupid 14-year-olds or whatever. I was not a mature kid, but I don't know why the fuck they let me in that room, dude. They should not have done that, but whatever. They used to cut a pimple off with that electric knife on me. Yeah, same thing. Oops, sorry, they're fun to spam. I don't get any fun redeems like Twitch emojis. That's all I get. You can spam them. They're not distracting for me. I was just confused. I've never seen that before. Normally people don't show me love on YouTube, you know? Imagine the trauma. I didn't have any trauma. I thought it was cool. I don't really know how to draw nipples, guys. That seems a little fucking intense for a nipple. Uh, would you have tiny nipples or would you have big fucking pepperoni nips? What do you guys think? That's too much. It is kind of sick though, I'm not gonna lie. I do like the giant nipples. We need some kosher rap here. Are you Jewish, Damon? Should I ask to live stream my surgery? Would we art people like that live reference? I don't know, dude. I don't even know where your tumor is getting removed from. What if it's like your ass? Oops. I find it hilarious the male nipples are completely fine, but female nipples are suddenly taboo. A Dan Clancy would get too fucking hard if I was drawing lady nipples, dude. You can't do that. It's fucked up. Female nipples are a package deal with boobs. I think the thing is you could draw boobs, you just can't draw the nipple. Like I could do big bald boobs, as opposed to big hairy boobs, but it's the filthy company Femnips keep. Still don't know how to do this other arm. I wanted to use Snack as an example of innate understanding of upper torso anatomy. I know how to draw heads. That's basically it. For a sculptor lady, that is. In fact, not Glitchrig. Who is it? Is she live? Should we raid her? Because I am thinking of ending stream pretty soon. No. Tragic. Okay, let me draw these fucking hands, dude. I still feel like this still needs to be cleaned up so much. I don't know why my line integrity is so goddamn bad, dude. And then when I do straight lines, it just feels so flat. Drives me nuts. Anmare, she be not live. Hand time. I think it looks clean enough. I really don't think it does. I don't like it, quite honestly, but I never like anything I make, so that's life. What are you gonna do? I hate that it's Sunday, dude. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. Maybe you should try the shaded circle exercise. That's what I'm always told when something looks flat. No. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like just sort of the rendering the sphere or whatever. I feel like that's not really like it's not really what I mean. It's not the sort of that's not the flatness I mean. It's a different kind of flat. I don't know how to explain it. I think what you need to add is a decently sized bulge. Wouldn't that be something? There you go. He's more bulged up now. What you do? Where you at? I could go for some Lays, dude. I haven't eaten yet today. Do a jiggle, do whatever. How you doing, Smudgy? I'm glad you're feeling much better, man, and welcome back. I mean, I'm alright. I'm still still a little coffee. It's weird. Thinking about coughing makes me cough. Funny how that works. Maybe I just have Tourette's. La la la. I'm good, just chilling today. Hell yeah. Oh, Half-Life 3 is expected to come out with the GameCube 2, maybe. How long has it been since Half-Life? I have no idea. I've never actually. I played the first one a little bit. Any big plans today, Smudgy? You gonna be drawing? Frisky says, I'll now have cocoa milk with little sponge thingy circles. Makes sense. Good luck with that. Maybe some Winds Meet 2. Play some Where Winds Meet 2. I see. Did they put out Half-Life Alyx with Steam VR? They did. I remember that. It was like underwhelming though, wasn't it? Or did people love it? I don't. I have no idea. Genuinely. Do I like that curve higher up or lower? I don't know. Take your balls off of your tablet? Nuh-uh. I can't. It's too soon. Smudgy just redeemed. I think if you end up playing a game, it should be only cans. What's only cans? Cat Snack Anthony? Cat Snack Anthony? How's it going, Red Velvetron? I'm chilling. I need 15 more points to make it flat. I'm disappointed that you don't have enough points to redeem it. It feels like somebody gets a new redeem for those things like almost every week. Or every day is what I meant to say, not week. I keep requesting songs to turn you into a furry. Dude, songs cost 5 channel points. That you make that in like 5 seconds. By the time the song's done, you've made more than like the actual like redeem cost for the song. I made a huge art breakthrough yesterday. I'm fucking hyped as fuck. In before your doomer about your art in like 2 weeks. Cause that's sort of how I feel like I go through cycles of ups and downs where I'm like, I'm a fucking god, dude. I'm Trans Man over on Twitch or on YouTube says hello. Hello, I'm Trans Man. How you doing? The PNG tuber's so cute. Thanks, big dog. I appreciate it. I didn't make it myself, but I'll take it. It was made by one of my mods. He confessed he's trans. I'm not trans. They're not my tits, guys. They're freaking they're testicles shoved through my shirt, but maybe. We'll never know, okay? I can't reveal the mystery. Your art's amazing. Keep going. Thank you. I'm gonna keep going. For all the believers. Be gone, motherfucker. Alright, they're gone. Frisky Redeemed Flat is back. Alright, we're back. Good. I hope you're proud, but I can't get over your PNG tuber. It's so adorable. I'll take it, dude. I appreciate that. See, having questions about how your body works is the essence of being trans. You guys are getting very introspective here. Look, I'm not saying whether it's balls or tits. It's not that important, anyways, you know? It's just so boring. I don't like the curve on this. This needs to be cleaned up a little bit. Most important line going through here is going to be this one. And then everything else is going to be a support line, so we're going to make it a little thinner. Into the world. You're underrated? Hey, dude, we take that. That's right. I think that should be the biggest thing ever. You get a subscriber. Thank you, big dog. Rainy Starbucks run. Does anyone want anything? Give me a freaking vanilla frappa iced chino, would you? Hook me up, Glacier Pops. Also, you know what? Because we got ice, and because you've got Pops in your name, give me one of those little stupid Timbit things on a stick that cost $5. Give me one of those, would you? Can I get an apple juice? Jadu wants an apple juice. I know that. I know that. I gotta go to school tomorrow. I gotta go to work tomorrow, so I feel that, dog. Snack, you freaking potato. She redeemed the boobs again. Do it, Jiggle. It do. It do. Guys, I'm all over the place. It be jiggling, dude. Give me whatever's under the coffee machine, like empty cups. Jadu's determined. Snack, where's my booba slash balls? Oh, you redeemed it twice. I didn't even notice. Oh shit, my bad, dude. Nah, bro, I got life tomorrow. Sarcasm, death, the worst. Look, guys, I'm overcompensating by reading YouTube chat all the time because I always ignore YouTube chat. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm just bad at reading all of your messages, okay? I know you all love talking to me so much, but I only have so much brain to go around, you know? I can't draw this hunk of a man while also trying to balance like reading every single chat message. It's difficult. A little big. I'm getting a London Fog best drink. We need Neuralink to chat. We need Neuralink chat to Snack's brain. I don't want to know what the fuck you guys would put in my brain, dude. You guys would fuck my shit up. I know you would. Don't worry, bro. You're all right. I read SYBAU as so young, beautiful, and understanding. LOL. Lots of love, dude. Fuck you up in a loving way. No, you guys would fuck me up in a horrible way. I don't want to know what chat would do if they had control over my brain. Oh shit, these buttons are supposed to be on the line. What am I doing? All right, now to give attention to the other neglected children over on YouTube. What do we got? Or not YouTube, Twitch. I think because YouTube keeps on ignoring him, he's being negged by YouTube. Everybody in YouTube's so nice to me right now. Everybody negging me is on fucking Twitch. I wonder if there's a way to combine the chat into one thing. We all fighting for the attention from Snack. I give it out, dude. I'm a little attention pimp, I guess. Whoring myself out. The way I do it is that I use TTS. Should I get TTS? I'm worried that you guys are gonna say like horrible shit if I get TTS. Does anyone know why I'm home alone and the fucking wind's scaring me? I don't know. Are you like a dog by chance? That sounds odd. Why would you be scared by the wind? I shouldn't bully new chatters. I'm sorry, I'm trans, man. I didn't mean it, okay? I'm just used to being mean to all of my other chatters. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. I take it back. I just want to flex my points, says Jadu over on Twitch. Others don't have to hear it. You can make it choose to play or not to play on TTS. You know what? If I did TTS, what I would do is basically just make it cost real money. That way you guys leave me alone. That way I know none of you guys will ever redeem it. Because I have trauma, the wind once blew away my apple. Traumatized by the wind. I'm trying to be nice here, I'm trans, man, but you're making it very difficult, okay? And you bully a cancer person so mean to us on YouTube. I'm just trying to make you feel normal again, dude. Okay, that was mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't do this. I'm too tired. You guys can't be edging me to like fucking bully you guys. It's too difficult to fight the urge. The way I set up my OBS, only I can hear it. I think he missed the redeem. Oh, flat is back. I see it. I see it. Why are you guys just wasting your points, dude? Should I make this bigger? I don't know. I'm torn. Or maybe you just like having titties. It's not that I like having titties, dude. I just happen to have titties sometimes, every now and then. Or balls. We don't know. Because we like each other. I'm here for the chat, not you. You're just a tiny bully. That's true. I am tiny. Canonically, I am. I'm a mouse. I just spent 3K points on nothing just for shits and giggles. Impulse control is a big determiner in success in life, Jadu. Just remember that, okay? I don't think I never spend any points on any channel. Spending points is for suckers. I'm Trans Man on YouTube says, story time. Once I had a hamster and it was sleeping for like 3 hours. And it kind of looked like your PNG tuber and it wasn't moving at all. So I thought my hamster was in a deep sleep, but then it died. It's like the most normal hamster story ever, dude. That's probably actually like the most normal hamster death. Dying in your sleep. Starbucks ordered. I wish you the best, Glacier Pops. You got it. I believe in you. I think it's better with the little taper down there. Hamsters fucking just die. They do, dude. They like get themselves launched into space or like incinerated in like an HVAC system. Sleep that seems normal compared to this shit. I'm a points hoarder. I'm in recovery on the YouTube chat. You're my #1 YouTube chatter, dude. That's hilarious. This is what I meant by being nagged by YouTube. They called you cute by calling you a dead hamster. I'm trans man would never. We're tight, dude. Also, my cat died because my dog ate all the food while I was asleep. Huh? I don't get it. You've just been starving your cat? They'll trip over some wood chips and literally explode into a gory mess. They're terrifying. I had guinea pigs and they were violently eaten by my dogs on my like fifth birthday in front of like an entire house full of like children. It's terrible. Terrible. This is like a story that I've withheld telling on stream because I don't know how I don't know how how much people can handle graphicness, but it is like a core childhood memory of mine to watch my guinea pigs get like brutally ripped apart by my dogs. Glacier Pops, I can't read that one. That one's actually kind of really graphic. I don't want to read that one. Sorry, dog. Let's switch it up. Let's keep away from the animal pain and suffering and go back to just calling me names or whatever. Poor childhood memory is one way of phrasing it. Yeah. To be honest, I have a series of crazy fucked up stories that happened in my childhood that should have caused trauma, but I feel like my default reaction is indifferent, which is somehow seems worse. That's kind of how I feel too. I feel like I've had a lot of fuck shit happen to me, and my reaction is always just sort of like, "Oh, damn. Well, that was crazy." You know? I mean, when I was a kid, obviously it was very sad, but just thinking back on it now, it's like it's kind of wild. Is this character an OC of yours? I guess so, technically. If it helps, I can request unimaginably niche anime music. Save it, because we're gonna end stream actually like now. I'm gonna look for somebody to raid, and then we're gonna get the hell out of here. Yeah, but can I just say your voice sounds like Markiplier? I don't think I sound like Markiplier very much. Markiplier, but sad and smaller. Fuck you, bitch. I don't know what my voice sounds like. I don't think it sounds like Markiplier though. I'll take it though. He's very famous and known for having a good voice. So, you know, we take that. I'm also very sick, so maybe it does when I'm sick. All right, guys, let's look for somebody to raid out to so I can get the fuck out of here and I can stop streaming on this lovely Sunday. Let's see who's live. I'm just gonna raid somebody I follow. Is there anybody? Da, 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 da. Let's raid Ori. And another thing I should mention, guys, is Ori recently opened up his commissions. So if anybody wants to commission someone, they should go commission Ori because he's doing those, and I don't do them. So you know, feel free to go give him your money. Anyways, we're gonna get out of here. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time for the last stream of this weekend bundle. Even though technically it's Monday, but all right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. If you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord. What are you waiting for? See you there. Bye bye. What time is it? Check time? I don't know. You're gonna have to Google it. Bye bye. Thanks for the stream. See ya. Bye bye.